Ace Klein, or Ace Roland out on the track yet. So I only see 3 karts out there, unless someone had a little issues. There's the 811 coming up through the field. And we'll see how this all plays out. There's a couple of the cars catching back up. There you see them getting all lined up and ready to go racing to get started for your L206 pre-final. Looks like 4 karts out on the track. Ace Roland did not make it out.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the number 8 machine. Or actually, yeah, there is 5 out there. I see the back of Roland's helmet into the background, and to the green flag we go. Adler Klein takes the lead over from Lila Beck and Caleb Tracy as they come over turn number 2 through turn 3. Klein sets himself up down towards the short chute turn, towards turn number 4, and they're pushing out ahead at the front of the fields. There you can see Klein aboard the Tony Kart machine, black chute, black helmet, easy to recognize. He's in the race lead, and into turn number 6 they go. A little bit of a heavy braking zone, even for these 206 karts. The 105 machine of Caleb Tracy slots into second, Lila Beck as well as Ace Roland in the 4th spot, and Law Cotton into that 5th position. So first lap coming up towards the last couple corners here, and it's Adler Klein with about a 2 to 3 kart length lead on Caleb Tracy coming down the main straightaway, Taylor.
Adler Klein absolutely pulling away in his number 33 Tony Kart, who will lead the charge once again by 0.6 of a second over Caleb Tracy, who's trying to keep pace. And then you have Beck and Roland trying to work together to catch up to your top 2 as they make the run out of turn number 3 over towards the hairpin of turn 4. And so far, there you saw right there, Roland try to look to the inside of Beck, can't find the opening just yet. We'll have to now tuck back behind as they make the run to the short chute to the second hairpin here on the back section of the course.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see that battle for third. That looks to be kind of the most intense battle, with Roland having a good amount of speed early in the going here to keep up with Lila Beck. This is not exactly what we saw in qualifying, but at the front, Klein, that last time through 0.6 of a second quicker than Caleb Tracy. So he has been very quick so far today. Continues to set the pace another half a second. And if you go back to round number 1, this is basically business as usual for him. He was able to win that race by over 6 seconds. Different layout, different month, probably different track conditions, but at the same time, a very similar outcome so far this weekend for Adler Klein as he continues to extend his gap over Tracy and the rest of your 206 junior field.
Absolutely, as we watch on here and keep an eye on the competition. Pretty cool day right there in Batavia, Ohio. It's 45 degrees was the low this morning, and we're now just hitting 67 degrees. We're going to break out just around 72 to 74 degrees when we end today's racing action this afternoon. So really cool conditions. Definitely going to be a big help for the drivers as they work their way across the front straightaway. Heading across the line now, just under 5.5 minutes to go, plus an additional 2 laps as they work their way over towards turn number 2.
Yeah, through turn 2 now, Adler Klein continues to set the pace, 0.7 of a second clear. Again, the closest battle is for third, and it looks as if Ace Roland has found his way by for that 3rd position. So this is going to be the battle that we're probably going to focus more on here, is that battle for 3rd, because at the front of the field, Adler Klein has simply gone into a different zip code at this point. He might as well be in downtown Cincinnati with how much he's able to pull out that gap at the front. But that battle for 2nd through 4th is continuing to heat up. Walcott and struggling a little bit back there in the 5th spot, but this battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Tracy, Beck, and Roland getting set to heat up now as Roland, for the first time all race, is the main challenger to Caleb Tracy as they come down the front straightaway. How about a 52.5 that last time through for Ace Roland? Still about 0.3 off of what Adler Klein is doing, but it is a great step forward for the Cosmic Kart driver.
Yeah, absolutely, as Caleb Tracy is trying to hold off the hard charges of Roland and Beck, and they are putting the pressure on Caleb Tracy as they head over towards the short chute, towards the second hairpin. Really good fight for position as they work their way through. There you see in the background Caleb Tracy trying to hold off as we watch Adler Klein lead the charge by over 2.5 seconds as we pick up 2nd and 3rd. There they go across the line. As the field works their way through, but so far, Adler Klein just pretty much in his own zip code. You see right there, Ace Roland trying to think about it while you see a cap of the helmet right there from Caleb Tracy telling them, hey guys, we're losing time. Let's not battle each other right now. Let's try to go and hunt down our race leader and see if we can have anything for him.
Yeah, I'd be delusional too if I was in their situation. I mean, at this point, Adler Klein's going upwards of 2 tenths doing even with them pushing. So I don't think it matters how much they work together. They're not going to be able to catch up to Klein, at least in this race. Maybe when they go back to the tent, look at some data, make a couple setup adjustments, they might have more of a shot. But right now, I understand the pushing, but I think at this point it's kind of just being complacent, waiting for the right moment to pass, because working together, even with them working perfectly, unless they strap a KA on those carts, I don't think they're going to be able to find a way up to the front of the field here, Taylor.
Absolutely. As you saw the cosmic of Ace Roland right there, thinking about working with Lila Beck to see if they can get around. I believe that is the Praga of Caleb Tracy, but they're not able to at the moment. Tracy still holding strong in that second spot as they make the run out of turn number 3. So far, this is the best battle on the racetrack right now between your second, third, and fourth competitors. And as they come out of that hairpin, they'll make the run over towards turn number 6 and 7. Great racing action here in your L206 Junior pre-final in for second, as there you see Adler Klein just absolutely pulling away from the competition.
Yeah, Adler Klein making it look easy out there. As you can see, he continues. Even that last lap, a pedestrian lap for his standards, still a 10th better than what Caleb Tracy was able to do, because he is still finding himself in that lead spot. But how about it for these two in second and third? Tracy was able to pull another 2.5 tenths back from Ace Roland. So Roland must have made a mistake somewhere along the lap, but Tracy able to find a little bit of a gap there to give himself an extra cushion. It looks like Lila back kind of pushing that cart a little bit too much through the turn 4 hairpin. She goes a bit wide, loses a little bit of time as they all file down through turn number 6. This is close enough where they're all going to get a good draft off each other, but Caleb Tracy a little bit more breathing room for the infield. That might help him avoid having to block as they get down to the final couple laps here, Taylor.
Yeah, they are trying their best, but so far it's just going to be a matter of who will finish second here out of this group as they come out of the final corner right now. It's still 3 seconds, make it now just over 3.5 seconds for it, make it 3.2 as they come across the line. But that Caleb Tracy absolutely trying everything he can. He's definitely going to have to go back and figure out what adjustments he could make. And Emery, I mean, let's talk about that while we watch this battle for second. What adjustments could a driver in these 206 cars can do in order, if they feel like they're not getting enough momentum or speed to catch up to the leader, especially when your leader is already over 3 seconds?
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point in the race on the driving side of things, you're really not going to change too much. It's going to magically find a 3-second gap there. I think you're kind of just stuck in it. But the big thing in a 206 car is keeping the momentum up. You want to be able to lose the least amount of time from your wheel inputs, from your braking, and try to carry the momentum as much as possible. So on the driving side, that means slowing down the hands. That means being a little bit more modulated with the braking and using the brakes as little as possible, and trying to run the most sweeping possible line out there. That's one side of it. The other side is the kart side of it, where you want to keep the kart as free as possible, especially on these MG Red SH2 tires. There is a lot of grip out there on those tires. So you're going to try to find a setup that frees the kart up and really kind of gives you the best rear end coming out of the corners. That will allow you to rotate the kart well and keep it planted, keep the momentum going. So really with these karts, it's all about keeping the momentum, being able to keep the kart free. And then on the gearing side of things, pretty standard in terms of what you can do. There's not a lot you can do from a power standpoint to really give you that extra bit. So this is going to be a lot, I would say, on the driving and the chassis side to try to find the way that best maximizes their momentum, because Adler Klein, his ability to keep the speed up even without a draft is impressive, as now we see on the white flag lap. How about it for Ace Roland to the inside? He's going to fight it against Tracy. These guys were on the podium in round 1. They're fighting for the podium spots in the pre-final of round 2, and you can see Roland there up the hill, able to get himself into that second spot briefly. He'll have to go defensive into turn number 4, but Ace Roland up to second. And how about Lila Beck able to slot into third up towards turn number 4 here, Taylor?
Great fight for second as Ace Roland will move up to second in that Cosmic Kart. Right behind, you will see Lila Beck trying to make sure she stays ahead of Caleb Tracy, as those two have actually pulled further away from Caleb Tracy as they come up to the final corner. Meanwhile, out of the final corner, your race leader of Adler Klein will take home the 206 Junior pre-final win, and as they come across the line, it will be Ace Roland, Lila Beck, and Caleb Tracy, your top four. Law Cotton did not finish. He will finish 6 laps down, as this will conclude your L206 Junior pre-final event. Next up on the docket, your L206 Senior pre-final event are next. Exciting racing action here as we get set up for our 206 Senior pre-final, as there you see Adler Klein coming into the pits to take home another victory in the pre-finals. We're going to step aside right quick and give a shout out to and thanks to all of our amazing partners here. You're watching the MCC Pro-Am Karting live on Kart Chaser.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at
MCC
Country Club of Cincinnati, the Pro-Am Karting Challenge, getting set to go for the LO206 Senior pre-final here. Nolan Holiday, Colin Evans on the front row, Ben White, Shane Hambrick on the second row, Connor Dean on the third row. We're green here to turn number 1, and it's Colin Evans up to the race lead early on, and that's going to go side by side through turns 2 and 3, 2 by 2 at the front. As they file out there, you can see the number 5, the number 9, all at the front of the field. There's Ben Lyda trying to make his way up from the 4th slot as they come through turn number 4 now, sliding those Briggs engines through the 4th corner, and they come down towards turn number 6 at the front of the field. I believe that is Nolan Holiday, or no, excuse me, Colin Evans working his way to the front of the field here, Taylor.
Absolutely. Colin Evans will drop back a little bit as they crest over the hill towards the back half, but a great run right there for Nolan Holiday as he will lead the charge out of the final corner. Coming across the line there, you see that REM machine trying to get his way back, but Colin Evans now looks to the inside, now crosses over to the outside. Holiday will go defensive out on the inside lane to keep the drivers of Evans and Ben Lyda behind them as they come out of turn number 3.
Yeah, and there you can see Nolan Holiday did work his way back up into the race lead there. Evans into the 2nd spot. They're pushing down towards turn 4. This might be a small field, but I have the sense that the top 4, based on what we've seen in warm-up and qualifying, look to be very, very evenly matched so far this weekend. And so, even though it's a smaller field, them working together should still make the last couple laps very exciting here in this small but effective Briggs 206 Senior field here, Taylor.
Absolutely, as we watch these drivers work their way through, it's a 4-kart battle. Throw in Shane Hambrick right there in the 4th spot, then Connor Dean struggling to keep pace due to the fact of loss of momentum. And here goes the inside, side-by-side battle for second. Ben Lida will move up into P2 after making a beautiful pass on Colin Evans.
Yeah, there you can see Ben Lida up into that second spot. Lida, again, he's looked a little bit off in the KA side of things, but in the 206 side of things, he's got the race lead. He goes to the race lead there in turn number 4. Gonna try a crossover here. Is Nolan Holiday. Not quite gonna work. Colin Evans into the 3rd spot. They're side by side for 1st, but it's Ben Lida for the first time all race up to the race lead here.
Works their way through. There you see on your screen Nolan Holiday leading the charge right there as he's trying to hold off a group of drivers as they come through, but Benjamin Lida also in the mix. He tries to hold on to that race lead as they come across the front straightaway. Ben Lida, absolutely amazing run for him as he's getting help from Nolan Holiday. Colin Evans, though, falling further and further back. He is already caught into the clutches of Shane Hambrick for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, Colin Evans there has fallen back a good ways there, but Lida continues to work his way at the front of the field. That last lap through was very impressive for him. He was able to get by 2 karts and go purple in the process. So that number 991 machine is working, and it is working really well. We saw his brother Matt have some problems early on in the brakes heavy side of things. So unfortunate on that side. A shearing hub bolt sheared for him. So that is not ideal on his side of things, but for Ben, opposite fortune. He's already up on the front of the field here as they complete lap number 4, continuing to show the way. Nolan Holiday into the 2nd spot. They're pushing away from the field, gained about 3.5 tenths on that last time through from Colin Evans and Shane Hambrick as they continue to work another lap in the books. Those two continue to stretch out the lead. It's up to almost a second now, maybe a little bit more as they went through the first 3 quarters here, Taylor.
They really are as we watch the battle for the race lead between Lida and Holiday. Lida having a smooth run as they come out of that hairpin and tries to maintain the gap. But so far, it's just a 2-horse race for your race lead. And then you got another 2-horse race for that 3rd spot. Connor Dean not having the best run for him as he sits in 5th, over 6 seconds behind your race leader as they come out of the final corner. Big push here from Ben Lida to try to get the help he needs from Nolan Holiday across the line. Halfway through, plus an additional 2 laps, now making 3.5 minutes left to go in the race.
Yeah, so still probably looking at about 4 to 5 laps, or no, probably way more than that, probably 6 or 7 laps left here in 206. And so Ben Lida, again, very patient, very deliberate leading the field. Holiday continuing to push for them. There is no need to make a pass, especially not in one of these corners where you're going to lose a good amount of time. So for these two at the front of the field, it's imperative that they continue working together. They've found a way to stretch upwards of half a second a lap back to that battle for 3rd and 4th, which is impressive considering how close they were together in qualifying. So Lida and Holiday working well together as Lida clips the curve over the final corner and heads down the main straightaway to complete yet another lap. This is lap number 5 in the Kutcher, and now to lap number 6 with Holiday going purple as they pull another 9 tenths of a second.
Great run right now for both Ben Lida and Nolan Holiday as they continue to make that charge work out for them. They actually set some of the fastest laps of the race with a 50.5 for both of them, over a second faster than both Evans and Hambrick as they try to continue to maintain the pace. This will be the battle that we'll probably see later on in the finals is between both Lida and Holiday, putting on a stellar run as they come out through the S's over to the top of the hill and continue on their way. Great racing action here amongst your top 2 and your 206 seniors.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Lida had some kind of an issue in the qualifying session. I had to pull off after only 2 laps, so that probably masked his pace a little bit. But at the front, Holiday is not masking his pace now. He'll go back to the lead here. Your pole sitter to B1 as he makes the move down the front straightaway, a move that did not cost them any time whatsoever. And now the top 2 can work together in a different order as they continue to pull out a gap in the lead of the race. Colin Evans a little bit faster that time through, but still a 52.2. Actually had a battle there as they're going side by side back for 3rd and 4th. At the front of the field, it is still Lida and Holiday. There you can just about see the duel for 3rd and 4th in the background but it looks like Evans continuing to hang on in the race in a third spot, with Holiday hanging on in the race lead. Coming through the final couple corners, he avoids the curve that time. I think that's what allowed him to make the move on Lida the last time through, was Lida clipping that curve in the final corner. And now you can see down the main straightaway in the background, Hambrick dropped the wheel coming out of the final corner. In the forefront, though, we're seeing a battle for the lead continue to develop as Lida continues to stay patient now in second.
Working their way through, but a good fight between Holiday and Lida. Lida tries to get a good run off corner exit as they head down towards the back half of the corner, and now they will try to work nose to tail to the inside. He tries to show the nose, can't quite make it work, but it's now going to be a drag race as they work their way up towards the top of the hill through the S's. That 991 of Benjamin Lida just trying to find any opening to get back out in front of the field as they come around. It should be 2 laps to go for them this time by.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get 2 to go this time. Should be right about in the time window for the white flag to come by next lap. And they both turn the exact same time. This is what I love about bump drafting, is looking at the timesheets and seeing 50.555, 50.555 right there together. No passes being made. No real strategy when it comes to trying to make a move on this particular lap, but just straight up pushing, working well together, and they're pulling the gap 6 seconds back to Colin Evans, which is a mega gap considering that they were all within a couple tenths in qualifying. So Lida and Holiday turning up the wick here, and now as they get towards the last lap and a quarter, it's about time to turn up the heat here in 206 Senior.
The 206 Senior putting on a stellar fight for the race lead as they come out of the final corner. White flag in the air to the inside. Lida will show the nose side by side to the race line as they come across. Lida gets the race lead away from Nolan Holiday as they cross the line, and he will take over the race lead as they come out of turn number 3.
Yeah, Ben Lida working his way to the front. A little bit of a wheel drop there coming out of 3. I don't know if he meant to run quite that wide on exit, but he's still going to hang on to the lead here up through 4. He'll probably look back here and notice that Holiday is right there and might or might not go defensive. Can't really tell from that angle, but as they come out of the corner, it's all the same no matter what. How about it for Ben Lida, continuing to lead over Nolan Holiday up through the S as they go down towards turn number 9 and up towards the now new section. They're going to take the cut through here on the Legacy circuit, down the final corner, up over the curves. Lida headed for the line. Is he going to hang on? Holiday with a good run at the limiter, not quite enough. And it's Ben Lida taking the win in heat number 1 here, Taylor.
Absolutely a great run for Ben Lida. He is going to be one to watch when we go to our finals later on today for your 206 Senior category. But it's Ben Lida, Nolan Holiday, Colin Evans, Shane Hambrick, and Connor Dean, your 5 drivers who will finish in today's racing action. And with that, we'll take ourselves a quick commercial break. But when we come back, it will be your 206 Cadets next up on the docket. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Challenge live from Batavia, Ohio at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC. As we get set for our next category, it is your 206 cadets who are out on the track right now. It is going to be Ethan Langley who will lead us to the green flag with William Richards in second position. Hunter McBride will start P3 with Drew Schneider fourth, and Colton Hoops will be your 5-cart field here. Langley, of course, one of the drivers to keep an eye on, as he is your pole sitter as they work their way over towards the back half of the course. But your 206 cadet category last time out saw Drew Snyder take home the checkered flag over Jackson Frank. Only 2 carts, though, so we have a little bit bigger field here. 5 carts racing in your 206 cadet category. So looking forward to having a good race.
Here we go again, set for L206 Cadet. Drew Schneider won last round. 4 extra drivers in on this one. It's Langley, Richard, McBride, Schneider, Hoops, looking for the green. We've got it down into turn number 1. How about it there from William Richard into the race lead, and the 5 carts file their way through turn number 2 and 3 here, Taylor.
As they work over into the race lead here, drivers try to get themselves situated, working their way through over towards the back half of the course. Great racing action as they climb up towards the top of the hill, but William Richards will lead the charge right now over Ethan Langley. He has got about a couple of tenths of a second lead over the rest of the field as they work their way towards the back half of the course, but Richards, then Langley, then Drew Schneider, your top 3.
And down through turn 6, 7, 8, and 9, you can see at the front of the field, Richard continues to lead at the front of the field. He has been really fast. So, whoa! Off the track there goes, I think that's a 6'11" of Hunter McBride that just went for a rallycross style move there coming out of the final corner. He was able to save it, hang on to it, and continue going. Hey, nothing happened there. He's still in the battle for 4th. Still heads on to that position, just getting a lot of airtime and a little bit of dirt and maybe a little bit of a frame bend there, but still no harm, no foul, and McBride carries on in 4th. As at the front of the field, a 1.2 second lead for William Richard. Again, this guy has been flying so far this weekend, 1.4 seconds clear of the field in qualifying. So, I mean, William Richard, this has been his show so far, and he continues to dominate in the early going here, this pre-final.
Really watching on the action here as William Richard leads the charge as he comes out of the final corner across the start-finish line here. Let's see what the gap is as he comes across currently as they work on their way through. Ethan Langley, 2.2 seconds, separates your top 2. Drew Schneider about a second further back than Hunter McBride and Colton Hoops, who will have a good battle. They're half a second apart from each other. Keep an eye on those two as they try to work, actually scratch that, 2 seconds apart from each other. So everyone's kind of in their own no man's land right now, just trying to log laps and get themselves situated around the circuit.
Yeah, this has been a pretty spread out race so far. I think the battle for 2nd and 3rd might heat up at some point if Schneider can work his way up towards Langley. But, I mean, this is going to be interesting to watch. You can see Schneider just about 8-9 cart lengths back, which in this 206 category is a little bit too far back to get a draft, but all it takes is a couple of good corners, and with the way that these things can carry momentum, you can get up to the back bumper of a cart really quickly with the right amount of speed. As they come down the main straightaway, once again, Richard, another 52-1, 7/10 clear what Langley and Schneider are able to do. McBride a further ways back. He's about 5 seconds off of that third place spot now. And Colton Hoops rounds out your field about 3 further seconds back. So a spaced out race so far, with the closest battle on track being the one that we're watching for that second and third place battle between Ethan Langley and Drew Schneider.
Yeah, Schneider was the winner from race number 1 here, so we're going to see what he can do. But he's got a little bit of work to do as we watch him in that number 11, trying to get a little bit of a tow from the 812 of Ethan Langley. So far, not close enough to make anything really work, but they're close on lap times for the most part. They are trying to keep pace here as they come out of the final corner. We'll see what they're able to do this time around as they come across the front straightaway. Langley gets a moment, takes a look over the shoulder to see what the gap is between himself and Drew Schneider. Last time by a 53.0 and a 52.9, about one, just still at the 1 second mark. So it's kind of plateaued right now between your second and third place competitors.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on here. Just kind of turning laps. If you're Schneider, I think you know that if you were able to get in the draft, you'd be able to close up the gap pretty easily because he's clearly got the pace to at least match Langley. If they had started right there together and gotten equal starts, I think they'd be right there drafting together. It's not going to be enough to catch William Richard. He's so far up the road with a big pace advantage, but these two could have a nice battle for themselves. Maybe not in this race unless Schneider can turn up the wake a little bit, but certainly for the final. Hunter McBride, that last time through, set a personal best of 54.238, only about 1 second off of what those guys are doing for second and third. So good progress from McBride. We saw him go way over there. We don't know how his Kart would be after that one, but still logging laps, still doing everything he can to continue going faster and faster. That last time through, though, for Langley, a good one at 52.7. That's 6/10 clear what Schneider was able to do, and gives him a lot more breathing room in that battle for second.
It really does. I mean, that gives him smooth sailing pretty much for the final 3 minutes and 15 seconds plus the additional lap. So no pressure right now. Just run your race, hit your marks. And for Ethan Langley, it's going to be a good second place finish here in the pre-finals in your 206 cadet category as we pick up the 11 of Drew Schneider as they work their way through across the chicane there and continues to watch on this battle for P2. No other battle so far. Your race leader, William Richards, still out in front by over 4 seconds as they come out of the final corner. There you see the 812 of Ethan Langley leading the charge as we pick up the 11 of Drew Schneider in second.
Yeah, you can see there Drew Schneider continuing to work in that third spot. He's got a lot of ways to pick up. He's back to within about 2 to 3 tenths of what we're seeing from Langley, but Langley continuing to just continue and pull out that gap. Richard back to his 52.0 ways. He was off the pace for a couple of laps there, but now throws in another really quick one to give himself even more of a gap. 4.5 seconds the gap out at the front of the field, and it is continuing to grow lap after lap after lap. Langley trying his best to keep up and go a little bit quicker, but it's just not quite happening for the 580 or for the 812 machine trying to catch, say, 587. So there is another look at Langley. Again, out of that final corner, we'll see if he gets out a personal best again for the third lap in a row. He does, a 52.57. That's another half a second back, though, from Richard. So he's closed the gap some in terms of pace. Still not quite enough to keep up with the absolutely rapid Kart of William Richard.
Do you think it's safe to say that William Richards maybe backed off a little bit, maybe start taking care of those tires to get ready for the finals later on this afternoon?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think that the tire wear is going to make too big of a difference in 206 Cadet. I mean, we see this as a class that you can afford to run used tires for a couple of races. Certainly, maybe not if you want to be absolutely fully competitive at the national scene, but the point is the tire wear, don't think it's going to be too much of a factor. And if you watch Richard, you can see out of that last corner, he is still hustling the kart, getting everything out of it. So I prefer to think that he's given as much as he can, and maybe they set a tire pressure a little bit on the high end for him, but he is certainly still going full out, absolute full pressure, full send mode there for the 587 as he pulls another 0.3 of a second on Ethan Langley, who is still picking up pace lap after lap. He's gotten quicker and quicker and quicker while Schneider's fallen off, and it's made that battle for second no more of a battle as he's now 4 seconds off of Ethan Langley. So Langley in no man's land, as is Schneider, and McBride still setting personal best in fourth. He does a 53.9 that last time by, to go about a half second quicker than his previous best and continue his charge to get further and further closer to what Drew Schneider can do.
as they come their way through out of the final corner. 13 seconds. We're coming to about 2 laps left to go in the race for your race leader, William Richard. He'll cross the line of 52.307. Good run for him as they come their way through out of turn number 3. Ethan Langley will still maintain second, 5.7 seconds back. Another 5 seconds back, you go to Drew Schneider as everyone's just trying to get to the finish.
Yeah, at this point, this is all about just turning laps, glorified test session, being consistent, so on and so forth. Schneider continuing to fall off. He's a 1.5 seconds slower that last time through than Ethan Langley. So whatever happened to Drew Schneider, I don't know if maybe they missed the tire pressure, or if he got tired, or maybe he's got something wrong with the kart. But he has fallen from doing 52.9 early in the race to now 54.1 that last time through. But at the front of the field here, this guy has been sensational. Hits the last second off the timer, hits the last lap, and William Richard continuing to click off laps at a very, very, very brisk pace. That last time by, though, Ethan Langley for the first time all race was as quick as Richard, only 500 slower. Maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit that Langley can do in the final if he can just find that last bit of pace. He's found about 8 tenths from qualifying to the pre-final, and he's going to have to find another 6 tenths or so for the final. But nevertheless, this kid, William Richard, has been sensational in this pre-final as he sets up for the last few corners of what will be a dominant pre-final win.
Absolutely a great run for him as he works his way up to the top of the hill, and will continue racing here. William Richards on that 587, all blacked out machine. Got a little bit of Smokey in the Bandit right there with that Firebird on his nose. He will take home the pre-final win in your 206 Cadets.
Yeah, big celebration there for Richard. Hey, it's a pre-final, but a win is a win no matter what. That is certainly going to be something that William Richard can go back and feel good about. 5.4 seconds, the final margin at the end of the race. Another 7.7 seconds back to Drew Schneider. Hunter McBride still coming across the line here to finish 4th. He finishes it off, and Colton Hoops will round out the field in that 5th position. So that's your 5 for the 206 Cadet Racing. Essentially a test session for the final. We'll see if Langley can come up to Richard. And now that wraps up the 4-stroke side of things on the pre-finals. And now it's time for KA 100 Racing here coming up next.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth-rich sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition?
Welcome back to Car Chase coverage as the KA 100 Masters pre-final is underway. Zach Coder with Andy Kutcher and Chris Gorman, your top three. Paul Meese, Chris Kutcher, Corey Albright, Damian Jennings, Joey Nuzzo, Neil Hampton, Mike Doty, Wesley Meyer, and Greg Kuhn will be your 12 karts out of the track. And already as they work their way over towards the hairpin, you see some great racing action. Your top two starting to spread out, though, as third and fourth between Gorman and Meese will battle for that third spot as they make their way through the S's.
Yeah, and already some good pace being shown by Zach Porter. He was fastest in qualifying. Looks that way so far here in racing in a KRF8 kart. Off into the lead there, you can see Andy Kutcher in the second, Chris Kutcher in the third. Easy to tell the difference this time because they have a white bumper on the front of Kutcher's car, or of Chris Kutcher's kart with no sticker kit on it, whereas Andy has the full red speed sticker set ready to go on his kart. So that'll make it a lot easier for Taylor and I to continue to know the two Kutcher brothers apart, because normally it is a challenge, but at the front of the field you can already see Porter has been very quick so far today. And again, this whole class has kind of been the Kutcher versus Zach Porter battle for the entire season. We saw in round one, Andy and Chris got a 1-2, but Porter really challenged them, was up at the front in qualifying in the pre-final, and so today, so far, he looks set to take the challenge to them as they complete another lap, and Porter just barely extends his lead to 0.4 of a second over Andy Kutcher, with Chris Kutcher in third. Behind him, Chris Gorman not too far back as well, and Damian Jennings rounds out your top five early in the going here, Taylor.
Yeah, good battle for P6 between Paul Meese and Corey Albright. They're side by side and close to there as they work their way over towards the hairpin. As we pick up and watch the battle for the race lead between Porter and the Kutcher brothers as they head up to the top of the hill over at turn 10 and 11, and they will work their way up to the top and now crest over and head down the hill here. A good opportunity for some great racing action as the 260 of Zach Porter will lead the charge here. He has half a second over the Kushner brothers as they work their way through. Corey Albright moves up to P6 after getting around the driver of Paul Meese, so a good fight there as we watch on the race lead. Leading the charge is Zach Coder.
Yeah, Porter continues to go quicker and quicker, just barely quicker than Andy Kutcher, but it is noticeable. 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there, and it certainly adds up, and you can see that gap just continuing to form and ever so slightly build up as Porter takes a look back, sees about a 5-car length gap, and knows, hey, I'm doing a good job. I just got to keep doing a good job here if I want to hang on to this lead here in KA Master. It's hard to pull away in a KA, but certainly Porter's doing a good job of it so far in this one.
Really good fight here for this race lead as Chris Kutcher sets the fastest lap of the race, a 45.797 here on lap number 4 as they work their way through. Neil Hamilton moves up to P7 along with Greg Clune and Wesley Meyer and Joey Nuzzo. They will move up a couple of spots, putting Mike Doty in 12th position here as we watch Zach Porter lead the charge. He is trying to everything to make sure he stays ahead of the Kutcher brothers as he now looks like Chris Kutcher is having to deal with pressure from Chris Gorman for the third spot.
Yeah, Kutcher coming under fire there from Gorman for the third position. Again, Gorman's been able to match the top three, has not really been quicker at any point, but he's found his way, he's found his groove, and they've got a big gap between them and Damian Jennings in that 5th spot. So they continue to pull out. That last time through, Gorman was actually the quickest of the top 4, if only just over your race leader, Zach Porter. But we'll see how content Gorman is behind Chris Kutcher, knowing that really if he wants any shot at the top 2, he's going to have to get by. But Chris Kutcher has been more than capable of holding his own from a pace standpoint as as the race leader, Porter, continues to pull more and more. And now the two Kutchers going back and forth in that second and spurred thought, as Chris is just about caught up to Andy after a slow first few corners from Andy Kutcher here on this lap.
Yeah, Andy's got a little bit of work to do now as he tries to hold off his brother Chris as they come across the front straightaway here. And as they cross the line, Andy will hold on. Chris Kutcher and Chris Gorman, though, will start putting the pressure on. They want a shot at second place to see if they can find a way to hunt down Zach Porter for the race lead here in your pre-finals for your KA 100 Masters as they head over into the hairpin, just making sure they hit their mark. The Kutcher brothers and Gorman still staying lined up nose to tail as they come out over towards turn 6 and 7. Really good line, though, for Zach Porter as he leads the way, once again staying ahead of your second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, this has been a clinic from Porter, consistently a tenth to 2 tenths quicker than the field. This this legacy layout really coming into his own benefit here as he pulls another 10th, or actually loses a 10th there to Andy Kutcher. So they linked up a little bit, started pushing back towards the front, and with the help of Chris Kutcher, Andy Kutcher was able to gain a little bit, but still Porter on equal pace without any draft is continuing to be very competitive and showing why he was able to build up that gap and start on pole in the first place, as now he'll try to hang on as Andy and Chris pushing. Will we see a move here from Chris Kutcher? Not yet. I think Chris could still give Andy a shot to lead that train forward as they continue to pull away just a little bit from Chris Gorman on this lap. It seems like Gorman may have made a little bit of a mistake there in the first few corners, and that's allowed for Andy and Chris to get a little bit more of a gap. And as they come down the main straightaway once again, there we go. Look at the gap this time. What's it going to be? Another tenth and a bit shaved off there from Andy Kutcher. He does a 45.7 and gets closer and closer to the rear bumper of the number 260 of Zach Porter.
The two Red Speed machines are now working together. They know that they have the pace to go and chase down Zach Porter, given the time lap, a minute and a half plus a lap as they head into the hairpin. There you see Chris Gorman now starting to lose pace from the top second and third place driver as they snake their way out. A good battle further back for fifth place between Albright, Damian Jennings, and Neil Hamilton. Those three karts are going to have a good fight here later on this afternoon in the finals as they come out of the final corner. The Kutcher brothers now get lined back up to start pushing and making a charge toward your race leader. Let's see what the gap is as they come across the line. They lost a little bit, about a tenth that time by, because our driver Zach Porter by himself, he dropped the hammer and set a 45.639. Absolutely amazing to set that by himself, as here comes to the inside. Chris Kutcher will move ahead of his brother Andy as they now make the charge and see if Chris can catch your race leader.
Yeah, Porter there, that last lap, I think, is all the convincing that Chris Kutcher needed to know that, hey, this catching up to Zach Porter thing is going to be pretty difficult. I need to be the one making the charge, and he's done just that. We'll see if Porter can replicate that fast time he did the last time through. The gap looks visibly bigger this time. So we'll see as they push down the main straightaway again. Porter, 45.7. Kutcher, another 45.7. They're matching on time. Andy Kutcher, though, losing that spot. And Gorman still hanging on to the back of that group. He's not quick enough to really challenge the two Kutchers, but he's quick enough to stay in their draft and run the same time. So, again, this is where lap times can be a little deceptive here in the sense that Gorman, I don't think, has quite the pace of the other two, but just by having the draft of them and being able to pull up in opportune moments, he's able to stay in the draft and hang on to run about the same lap time. But Zach Porter, on the other hand, with no draft, with no reference, is still putting in laps so it's just as quick as what Andy and Chris are doing. So, real statement drive here by Zach Porter as he comes to get the white flag in the pre-final. 1 lap to go, and it's Zach Porter with about a 6/10 of a second gain lap. He lost 2 tenths that last time through. He's still got 6.5 tenths this time through, and it should be smooth sailing to the finish here, Taylor.
Great fight for the race lead here as they make the charge over towards the hairpin. So this is going to be able through watching as the two Kutcher brothers put on a stellar fight for the second place. But so far, not able to close the gap on Zach Porter. Chris Gorman right there in the catbird seat watching to see if he can maybe sneak away with a top 3 in the pre-final as they work nose to tail. Coming up to the top of the hill here, but checkered flag is out for Zach Porter as he will come home with your KA 100 Masters pre-final win. Chris Kutcher will take second, Andy Kutcher's third, Chris Gorman was fourth as Andy Kutcher set the fastest lap of the race. As we watch this battle for P5, Albright will stay ahead of Damian Jennings. Hamilton, though, will be able to hold off against Paul Meese. Greg Clune and Joey Newsel will round out your top 10. Wesley Meyer and Mike Doty, your 12 competitors in your KA 100 Masters.
Yeah, solid heat race there in K Masters. We'll see what happens in the final quarter. Definitely has the pace, but with the two Kutcher brothers working together, they were able to close in on the 260 machine. So I think with the right strategy in the final, they can find a way to win this race. So it'll be fun to watch there. But that's it for K Masters. Next up on the docket, we've got K Junior, and he's had to go for their pre-final here next on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh? Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser's coverage of the 2024 MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. It is now time for your KA 100 juniors, and it's going to be Indy Anderson who will be on the pole position. Alongside him will be Adler Klein. Homer Heeman will be in third position with Isaac Gardner in fourth, Caleb Tracy fifth, Josiah Phillips in sixth, and Marcus Backshun will be in seventh position as they work their way through. Keeping an eye on Indy Anderson. He's going to be the one to watch here as he puts on a stellar fight for the race lead. But Adler Klein also had a good run in the 206 juniors earlier today. So he will also be one to watch as they enter into the start zone. There you see the 833 machine Tony Kart of Adler Klein, and then the Kart Republic 843 right there in the mix as they enter into the start box.
Yeah, heading for the green flag there. Adler Klein on pole. It's actually, it was over him that got the first qualifying position, but the mixed grid splits them on the front row, and we see now that Adler Klein able to put himself into the race lead in P1. He had been able to get to the second spot. Andy Anderson going to be back there, further back into the third position, I believe. So Andy Anderson with a good start to the race, and we'll see now what he can do from the mid part of the field as they continue working his way forward. Excuse me, Anderson up to 5th position already. I believe that might be Isaac Gardner into the 3rd slot. We'll get a number on that in just a second, but at the front it is definitely Adler Klein and Homer Heeman up at the front of the field, down the main straight. 1 lap in the books, getting set to go. There goes Andy Anderson for the 4th spot on Josiah Phillips. It was Isaac Gardner in that 3rd spot, so I was correct on that one. And Indy Anderson already making up 3 spots on the opening lap in a bit here, Taylor.
Yeah, Indy is already making a great vie for a chance to get the race lead away here. We'll see if he is able to hunt down your race leader, Adler Klein, before this race is over. But we have a good fight for the 2nd spot between the 2 Trinity Kart Republics as they work their way out of the hairpin. That is the battle for 3rd between Isaac Gardner and Josiah Phillips. They will work nose to tail as the 2 Trinity Kart Republic groups will make their way up to the top of the hill to hunt down both Homer Heeman and Adler Klein as they are starting to pull away. Homer, of course, in another Trinity Kart Republic as he is trying to keep pace with the Tony Kart of Adler Klein.
Yep, and there goes Indy Anderson up to the 3rd spot. Goes purple in the process. He got up to 4th. He gets up to 3rd now out of Isaac Gardner through turn number 1. So Anderson must have had some kind of mechanical or procedural issue in qualifying to put him at the back of the grid after a pole position run. But he's made no waste of his time to get up to 3rd. And now he's going to hunt down Homer Heeman, who must be said was out at the Trackhouse Motorplex testing earlier this week with Ben Bailiff and a couple of the other Trinity Karting Group national guys getting set to go for next weekend's USPKS race in Mooresville. So for him and Heeman, it's been a very kind of busy week for him, but now he's got a lot of work to do in this one because Indy Anderson is coming straight for him. Adler Klein and Heeman able to set the pace of 46.6, but Anderson on that last lap, half a second clear of what they're doing. They are absolutely flying at the moment, and Indy Anderson should be up in the battle for the lead in no time here. Is now Heeman going to go to the race lead in turn number 4. They're going to be a crossover here from Klein, not enough. And for the first time all race, it's the Trinity Karting Group 843 of Heeman into the lead, and it's the Trinity Karting Group 880 of Indy Anderson up to 2nd as the TKG 1-2 now in the cards, and Anderson looks to get by his teammate here in the second half of this lap here.
It could be a TKG 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly, if both Gardner and Phillips catch up to the driver of Adler Klein. As now to the inside, here comes Indy Anderson. He will get the race lead as they cross the line. New race leader, Indy Anderson, looks to take over the race lead as they come up to turn 3 and 4. Good fight and a good pass right there by Indy Anderson as he will now lead the charge. But here comes Homer. He wants to retake the race lead, crosses over to the inside, back up in front.
Got it back.
He did.
Yeah, Indy Anderson there got crossed over and turned 3. Then he went down the inside in 4. That time it stuck. And Indy Anderson, after a great fight from Homer Heeman, gets himself into the lead. But it has kept Adler Klein right there, who, it must be said, in the first race looked a lot more comfortable in the 206 side of things than he did in the KA. This time, though, in the KA, right up there, challenging with a pace for the race lead. And now down the main straightaway again. Anderson, Heeman, and Adler Klein, the top 3. Klein sets his best lap. Anderson sets his first lap on the lead, and we'll see if the other 2 can keep up with the number 880 that was rapid in qualifying, a 45.9 for Anderson in qual. He's up to a 45.1 already in this one. So Indy Anderson has been putting on the afterburners so far. As they come down towards turn 6, you can see there that TKG Kart Republic looks really well set up. It's very smooth down up towards the chicane area now, and Indy Anderson continuing to look very good early in the going here.
Yeah, very smooth line there as they crest over the curb. As there you saw Homer get a little bit loose from that bobble cresting over the curb right there out of the final corner. This will open up the door possibly for Adler Klein. He tried to look to the inside, couldn't make the pass work. That will now allow Homer to pull away once again from Adler and try to see if he can stay up with his teammate of Indy Anderson.
Yeah, so a little bit of reasoning as to why Indy Anderson started at the back of the field. Of course, we were told at the beginning that he was going to start at the rear. We did not know the exact cause of it. Apparently, it was a self-choice to start at the back of the field. A little bit of passing practice for Indy Anderson. Of course, only 7 karts. Not as big of a challenge as some of the deeper fields, but still very impressive nonetheless, and some good racecraft practice for the 880. And that makes what he's doing right now even more impressive because he has shown so much pace here to pull away from the field. That last time 2 tenths quicker, another 2 tenths this time through a 46.0. The 880 continues to drop the hammer at the front of the field as Heeman and Adler Klein continue to try to work together, but to no avail as Anderson staked out a 7/10 of a second gap. How about Isaac Gardner in the 829, 4th position, also at Kart Republic? I believe he is really kind of showing a consistent pace. He's not quite got the pace run in the top 3 as of now, but he's been able to break away a bit from Josiah Phillips in the Magic Kart and Caleb Tracy in that battle behind him. So he's kind of, again, in the middle of nowhere in a sense, but the consistency of Isaac Gardner has been impressive in this race. He's now going to try to see if he can get a little bit closer to Adler Klein and Homer Heeman. Maybe not for the end of this race, but certainly as we get to the final. Another lap in the books this time through. That was lap 8, another 10th and a half to Andy Anderson's credit there as he continues to pull away. Homer Heeman and Adler Klein continuing to work together in that 2nd and 3rd. We'll see how long Klein stays behind. But this has been an impressive show of racecraft and speed for Indy Anderson there, as he now has almost a second gap back to Heeman in that 2nd spot.
It could be over a second by the time they come across the start-finish line here because he is continuing to pull further and further ahead of Homer and Adler. Isaac Gardner, he is still having to just basically hold his spot over Caleb Tracy as those two will now start to pull away once again. But across the line here, 1 minute and 13 seconds plus an additional lap for your race leader, Indy Anderson, just absolutely putting a stellar drive as he sets purple time, a 45.893. That's even faster than his qualifying lap.
Yeah, Indy Anderson is rapid so far. He's got the most out of that kart so far in this race. And now with about 3 laps to go, 2.5, it looks as if he's going to be well and truly on his way to a pre-final win. We'll see if he elects to start in the back for the final as well. But right now, this has been about as smooth sailing as you could ask for the TKG machine of Indy Anderson. The real battle, though, is going to happen for the 2nd spot as well as for the 5th spot. 2 good battles going on. First is, whoa, again, Isaac Gardner, a little bit too far. I've been praising his consistency, but that time he pushed a little bit too much out of that final corner and hit the dirt. But right now, that battle for 2nd is going to be the first battle we see heat up as Klein and Heeman continue to work well together, but they're going to be certainly trying to battle it out for that last spot on the front row. That's the first battle. The 2nd battle that we just barely see in the background between Caleb Tracy and Josiah Phillips, that's the one for the 5th and 6th positions. So we'll see how those two play out, but our focus right now is on that battle for 2nd, where Heeman holds a slim margin over Josiah Tracy heading into the last couple corners of the 2nd to last lap, Taylor.
Ooh, a little bit of a bobble right there for Homer as he goes a little off-roading out of the final corner. This could open the door for Adler Klein maybe to take that 2nd spot away as the white flag is in the air. Indy Anderson, he's pretty much he's doing what he does best, leading this charge by 1.4 seconds over Homer. Adler Klein, though, he is trying to find the opening as they head into the hairpin. He shows the nose. Homer shuts the door on him as they come out of the hairpin. Adler Klein trying to find his way back around to get the 2nd spot away, but so far, no pressure whatsoever for Indy Anderson. Meanwhile, that battle for P5 that you were talking about, Josiah Phillips, Caleb Tracy, a really good fight. Caleb, though, falls a little bit behind as they come up to the top of the hill. Indy Anderson continuing to do what he does best. He got the pole, decided to start from last to go to 1st, and he will do so and win in your KA100 Junior pre-final. Homer Heeman will come home 2nd, Adler Klein 3rd. Here comes Isaac Gardner for the 4th position, and as they cross the line, the magic card of Josiah Phillips and Caleb Tracy, then Marcus that student will come home in 7th position.
Yeah, good racer at the end. It looked like Tracy had a brief look into turn number 4, did not make it happen, and Phillips was able to pull away there on that last lap to take the 5th spot and the final spot in the top 5. There's a look at Marcus Batch-Jordan. Looked like he had a mechanical failure coming to the line, actually, and pulled off into the grass. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a better look on that one. Yeah, you can see right at the gun there, he's not able to finish. Not sure. It looks like something has gone wrong. Maybe blew a chain, or maybe the throttle cable. It looks like he's trying to adjust the throttle cable on that. So unfortunate for your 7th place finisher, as he does not make it to the start finish line, coming off 1 corner short, and that is not what you want to see. But as we get that sorted out, a good win for Andy Anderson, a good race in the KA Junior. That wraps up that pre-final. We got 3 more pre-finals to go in this main event action, but first we got to see the Micro Minis coming up next. You're on Kart Chaser.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting, live from Batavia, Ohio at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Taylor Burris here along with Emery Lida as we get set to go for our next category, which is our multi-class race of the Mini and Micro Swift category. Last time out, of course, for the Mini and Micro Swift category, we saw some great races in race 1 of the season. But, of course, it was Nico Kotowski who won in the Mini class, Hudson Howard who won in the Micro. We did confirm that both Nico Kotowski was not available. He's over actually in your neck of the woods in North Carolina.
Yeah, it was a big weekend, and we saw Nico Kotowski run in the club race yesterday at Trackhouse Motorplex, I believe. So, again, I mean, him and his brother both racing in the club series. They've been doing something this season that I find to be really cool. One of the very few people that have driven at just about every single race you can imagine. And so they're not here today because, of course, it'd be unfeasible to travel from Charlotte or from Mooresville to Cincinnati overnight, but still impressive nonetheless to see that. But the focus on track today is going to be on the Mini and Micro Swift action, where again we've seen Big Liberman and Robert Lash be very competitive. We saw that qualifying session go all the way down to the wire in Mini, and they were 2 guys that contended for a podium last round. So it'll be interesting to watch them. Alex Kutcher as well in the mix, and then Eli Furnish in that 4th spot. All 4 of them have been relatively competitive on the pace side. And then we get to the micro side of things. Drake Williamson and Jackson Frank had a good battle the last time out in the micro Swift category. They'll line up on row 1 of that. Wyatt Hutzberger and William Richard on row 2, and Drew Schneider rounding out the field. So this is going to be an interesting and exciting race here in both categories. I think the top 4 in this mini should put on a good show. It's Gloverman and Lash on the front row. They're going to be the first ones to start as we get set to go for the green flag. Let's go. It's green here. It's Gloverman, Lash onto row 1. They get set to go, and it looks like already Gloverman staked out a lead at the front of the field, and will get set to fall in on that mini Swift action while the micros get up to the start. There you can see it in the mini side. Gloverman continues to lead. On the micro side, you can just hear them and see them going up through the tram lines there. Their start's getting set to go in just a second, and it's Gloverman up to the front in the mini side. We'll see if we can get a view on the micro start coming through turn 1 here in just a second. There we go, and off to the races goes Drake Williamson at the front of the field on that one. So already Gloverman up to the lead in mini, Williamson up to the lead in micro as we get set to complete lap number 1 in mini, and the micros file up through turn number 4, and Williamson looks to hang on to the lead as they're side by side further back for 2nd and 3rd, as now coming down into turn number 4 or into turn number 6 for the first time in micro. At the front it is Williamson. Jackson Frank has staked himself into 2nd. I think that's William Richard up into 3rd. Hutzberger and Schneider rounding up the field in micro Swift, excuse me. And so you continue on the rest of the lap here with this battle. That's the micros there. Williamson going to lead lap number 1. Frank about 4 kart lengths back, and then you get through the rest of the field. So micro off to a good start so far. All clean in this one. These little kids putting their best foot forward so far in this race. Well, on the mini side of things, we'll get set for another lap. Looks like a pretty close battle for that race lead, as Gloverman is getting absolutely pressured at the front of the field here by Eli Furnish in that 2nd spot. So Furnish now going to try to battle it out as we see more battling for the 2nd spot in the micro field. And at the front of the field on the mini side of things, Gloverman under fire. Furnish looking for the lead. Not quite going to happen here as they come down towards turn number 6, Taylor.
Really good fight for the race lead here in your mini Swift category as they work their way through. Alex Kutcher in the 3rd position as they climb up to the top of the hill, but Gloverman just doing what he has been doing all day long, leading the charge as they climb up to the top of the hill. A little further back there you see your micro category and Drake Williamson holding strong as we have a good fight for the 3rd position. And there we pick up the driver of Eli Furnish, who will lead the charge. What happened to Gloverman? I don't see him on the track. He hasn't even crossed the start-finish line just yet. So trouble possibly for Ben Gloverman.
Yeah, it looks like he might have had a mechanical issue somewhere on the backside of the track. We'll follow the leaders here in the Swift category to see if there's an area where we can find where Gloverman had the issue, just to identify what might have happened to him in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart suit kart there. So not sure where Gloverman is exactly, but nonetheless, Eli Furnish is in the lead now, and he's got Robert Lash right behind him. Looks like Gloverman and Kutcher had it coming together that last time through. So we must have missed it somewhere on the track there where we couldn't see. But right now, Gloverman and Kutcher out of the racer at the very least, way back. So right now, Furnish and Lash in 1st and 2nd. There in the micro side of things, you can see Drake Williamson continuing to lead ahead of Jackson Frank and Wyatt Hunsberger. So these guys are doing their best. We've seen William Richard have an issue on his side of things. So unfortunate for the 2 in mini Swift to have that kind of issue. And now you can see them, they're continuing to work together. There's William Richard. He's had some kind of issue on the last one. I think he might have spun or something. But at the front of the field, Furnish and Lash continue to work together in the race. So at this point, there's no point in them passing each other. They could just push and push and push, and then solve who wants to start in first versus second on the last couple laps.
Yeah, I did catch a glimpse on one of the cameras. There you see right there in the background, both Gleberman and Kutcher out of their karts right now. So, yeah, it looks like possibly a coming together towards the top of the hill over by turn 10, 11. But there you see the number 9 of Drake Williamson. He's now P3 overall and leading the charge in your micro category as he holds off Jackson Frank by about 0.2 of a second over Wyatt Huntsberger as they work their way through. As we pick them up across the line, and actually that is your mini Swift drivers of Furnish and Lash. They're about to put one driver a lap down. That'd be the 87 of William Richards.
Yeah, Richards are going to go a lap down again. Had some kind of issue a couple laps previously that caused him to lose 8 seconds, but he is certainly going to be quick enough to at least maybe have a shot at a podium. We'll see how well he can keep up with the middies again. The micros have a restrictor that slows them down upwards of 1.5 seconds, up to 2 seconds, I would say, is the delta. So if he could be anywhere close to them, this would be good for the experience of William Richard to at least learn some things. We saw him be dominant on the 206 side of things, but the Swift is a completely different beast, and he'll have to do a lot to learn over the course of the next few laps. But Drew Schneider is the next card up for the leaders, but how about it for Robert Lash? Tries to the inside, a bit of a half move there, not going to happen. He'll slot back in a second.
Good fight for the race lead right here between Furnish and Lash. Lash tried to look to the inside, could not find the opening just yet as they will battle their way through out of the hairpin. And so far, Lash is just trying every opportunity to get to that inside. Can't quite make it work for them as they work their way into the hairpin. But so far, no avail for Robert Lash to get the race lead away from Eli Furnish.
Yeah, nothing happening here. Furnish continuing to hang on. Again, this race took a big turn when Gleberman and Kutcher got together earlier on. Now, though, they're battling for the race lead. We saw Lash go for a half-hearted move into turn 1 to no avail. This time through, though, Furnish turned it up a little bit there. Another notch for him, a 48.8. That is into the 48s once again. He's gone down to a 48.3 at some point, but not that lap through. There's the look at the micro battle. You can see Jackson Frank was really quick the last time through, a 50.1. He's going to try at some point to make a move on Williamson, although I believe that might have been William Huntsberger was able to get by on Jackson Frank. So unfortunate there. We'll see exactly what happens. They're still side by side. There's 2 magic card entries of the number 9 of Williamson and the number 3 of Huntsberger, I think, getting ready to come across the line here. And yes, indeed, something happened to Jackson Frank out of turn number 6, cost him a lot of time, and so he was going to be in contention for the lead of his category, not anymore. And these two still pushing it out at the front of the field. A bit of a mistake on that last off at Furnish brought Lash back into drafting range, and now we'll see what he does here. Still stays in line. These two continue to push, and they continue to find a little bit of extra pace as they will settle it out for the front row amongst themselves here.
Yeah, watch this battle for the race lead here in your mini category as they come out of the hairpin, and then we pick up a little further back the battle between Drake Williamson and Wyatt Huntsberger as they come out of their final corner. They got 20 seconds to go, so probably we should see the white flag possibly for Eli Furnish and Robert Lash. Yeah, 2 laps to go for your race leaders as they come across the start-finish line here. And this is going to be an exciting one for the finish. Last lap to the inside. Lash will complete the pass on Eli Furnish as they work their way over towards turn number 2. Can Lash find a way to maintain and hold the race lead over Furnish? Furnish thinks about trying to see if he can go to the inside. He will cross over to the inside. Beautiful pass to take back the race lead. But here comes Lash around the outside. Furnish goes defensive. Holds the inside lane. Nose to tail as they enter into the second hairpin, and Lash cannot get around him. He's got maybe a couple of more opportunities as Furnish takes a look back as they snake their way up to the top of the S's, to the top of the hill. And Furnish is looking to maintain that race lead for the moment. But here comes Lash. He'll show the nose once again and out of the final corner. Drag race here as they come down the front straightaway. Eli Furnish will take the checkered flag in your micro category over Robert Lash. Meanwhile, keep an eye on Drake Williamson. He's got a little bit of a battle right here with Wyatt Huntsberger as they come out of their corner here. We'll keep an eye and see what the gap will be. So far, as we watch and wait and see who will come out on top, they're somewhere halfway towards the back half of the straightaway here as they come over and as they come halfway through the lap. Wish we can get an eye on them right now as we're trying to find them on track. And so far, as they come out of the final corner here momentarily, Drake Williamson will be able to edge out ahead of Wyatt Huntsberg. Here they come across the front straightaway. Here they come, and it will be Drake Williamson who will win in your micro category.
Yeah, good run there for Williamson. The magic 1-2 in the micro side of things. A big mistake from Jackson Frank. Took him out of contention late in the going of that one, but still good pace from him. But how about at Free Life Furnish? The slowest of your qualifiers, a mini, comes through to take the win in the 11 lap heat race. Again, interesting to note, Ben Glover and Alex Kutcher will still start 3rd and 4th in the respective category. Of course, mini and micro do get split up, so we'll see Glover and Kutcher up on the 2nd row, even though they finished the race 8th and 9th technically. But for Furnish, for last, it was a good heat race for Williamson and Hardsberger, a good race for them as well. And now he gets to go for the final 2, the pro categories of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Challenge, or Pro-Am Karting Championship. It is Pro Shifter getting set to go here for their pre-final action here again. We saw Larry Pegram looking dominant so far today. We'll see if he can keep it up coming up next.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back here to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship round number 2. And again, we're running the Legacy layout this time. And we're getting set to see one of the most exciting categories, the gear shifts, the changes, all of the above. It'll be exciting here for a 10-minute plus 1 lap, or 8-minute plus 1 lap pre-final in the shifter category. Larry Pegram has been dominant during this weekend so far, as he is on pole position alongside Safet Hectic the third. Tegan Foles will start in the 3rd slot, and Riley Pegram with a strong qualifying to put herself in the 4th spot. Mitchell Lowry in the 5th position alongside Fred Robertson in 6th. There's a good effort for Doug Duff to improve on his warm-up to qualify 7th, ahead of Paul Radowski, Matthew Radowski as well in the 8th and 9th spot respectively. And Jeff Carroll and Gary Mokel round out your field for shifter. Again, they get a full warm-up lap to get those tires up to temperature, and they'll get set to do some gear banging here. My name's Emery White. I'm joined here by Taylor Burris. Once again, we're down to the last 2 pre-finals. What are you expecting here as you get to this shifter pre-final here, Taylor?
Well, I mean, you're expecting to see one of the amazing spectacles when it comes to club racing action. Shifter karts always provide a great form of exciting racing. It's the highest form of kart racing no matter where you go, because of just the incredible speeds, the incredible complexity, as well as also the dexterity that you have to have when it comes to racing these amazing shifter karts as they will enter into the start box. There you see one of the top shifter drivers in the business, Larry Pegram, who will lead us here to the green flag into the start zone. Standing start for these guys, and you're about to see some great spectacles. And then, of course, Safa Haddock, Riley Pegram, Tegan Poles are going to put on some great fights here today, as we'll be seeing some of the biggest names in shifter racing in a couple of weeks' time, as, of course, the drivers for the SCUSA Pro Tour will make their debut here in a couple of weeks. So we'll get a little bit of a preview as we get the all-clear signal. Watch for the lights there as the lights turn, and they get themselves revved up here for your pre-final. Lights are out, and away we go. And already Larry Pegram checks out on the start and takes over the race lead as they head off into turn 2.
Yeah, Larry Pegram, a good hole shot there. He leaves over Safet Hectic the 3rd in the 2nd position. How about it for taking poles up the 3rd and Riley Pegram in the 4th slot? A very calm and collected start from all of your top 5, and now down towards turn number 6. Down through the gears they go, and up, back up through the S's. This is very fun in a shifter to see exactly what Larry Pegram does through those S's up on the curb. You can use more curb there than any other class on the gearbox category, in there through the final corner. Pegram gonna launch out of it down the main straightaway, almost 100 miles an hour. Larry Pegram to the top with a 44.086 on the opening lap. He's got about a 1/6 of a second gap over Safet Hectic the 3rd and Tegan Poles and the rest of your shifter category here.
Keeping an eye on the battle for 2nd between Safet Haddock the 3rd, Tegan Poles, and Riley Pegram as they come out of the hairpin. Don't forget the driver, Mitchell Lowry. He's right there in the mix for a possible top 3 starting spot for the finals later on this afternoon as they work their way through the S's. But for Larry Pegram, it's just banging in those gears and making sure you hit your marks in order for him to get the pole for the final position for the finals later this afternoon. As we watch the battle for 2nd, here comes down to the inside Riley Pegram trying to get around the magic car of Tegan Poles. She'll get that 3rd spot, but Tegan will get the spot back away as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah, that's a classic example. We've seen it a few times. Turn 1, not a long enough braking zone, even in these shifter karts, to be able to make that move consistently. There's no problems for Riley Pegram in the background. Not sure what happened, if that was a lockup or a mechanical failure. We'll have to see here. I'm waiting to try to see if maybe we can get a view on Riley Pegram in the 272 as she went very wide and through the grass there. I don't see her off the track side. I assume that she's managed to continue on. It might have just been a massive lockup. It's Tegan Poles drops the wheel on the final quarter. They're going to go side by side, almost in the grass goes Mitchell Lowry to make that pass. And as they come down through the corner, we'll get a read on whether or not Riley Pegram is still in the race or not, as she is not really. It's been weird to see, but it looks like Pegram has continued on a 46.631. So I think she maybe stuck the brake a little bit too far there. Went straight on in the corner, on the grass, collected it, and kept going, but she lost a heap of time and 3 spots. But in the meantime, Mitchell Lowry took advantage of that to get up to 3rd. At the front of the field, Larry Pegram continues to set the pace.
Yeah, so for Riley Pegram, she will drop back down to P6. Saf Haddock will stay in second. Mitchell Lowry, P3. Tegan Poles dropping to P4. Meanwhile, Riley has moved up one spot, so she's now in P5 at the moment. Problem is she's about 3 seconds behind your top 4 at this time as Larry Pegram continues to just charge away from the field. 2.5 seconds separates him from Safat Haddock, the third, as they head into the second hairpin.
Yeah, and for Riley Pegram, again, this is kind of something that's still a bit new to her. She started out in the KA side of things, ran a lot of KA racing about 2 to 3 years ago, then made the switch over to the gearbox categories about a year and a half ago. She's been training, she's been getting a lot better, but these things are beasts to drive. It is so difficult to run consistently with them, and right now she's doing a great job of running the pace, just needs to find that consistency a little bit more to be able to contend for wins and podiums. But Larry Pegram has done no wrong so far. Her dad is absolutely flying at the front of the field. Another 5/10 over Safat Haddock the third. Haddock, again, a guy that we've seen on the national scale at times this year, still kind of getting his feet wet a little bit on the shifter side of things, improving race over race. Not quite his best showing this weekend to be a good ways off of Pegram, but he'll see if he can improve that for the main. And then we go back to find the 2 magic carts on your screen right now. It's Lowry and Poles fighting for that third spot on the racetrack. Lowry, again, not overly quick, a little bit slower than Haddock the third that last time through, but he's got to find a little bit more pace. And Poles had that mistake out of the final quarter, dropped a wheel, allowed Lowry to get by. He or she's going to have to do a lot of work to get the track position back. So those 2 magic carts going to fight it away. They're about 4.7 seconds off the lead, 1.2 seconds off of Haddock the third, and they're still going to try their best to fight up to that Kart Republic. And they're just barely in the background. You can see Riley Pegram is still holding a really good pace, but just needs to find a little bit more to be able to close back up to that battle for third.
Yeah, taking Poles right there, trying to stay in the hunt with her teammate of Mitchell Lowry with the 2 magic carts as they come out of turn number 2 and 3 right now with the 2 magic carts coming down, trying to see if they can find a way to catch up to Safat Haddock the third, who currently last time by, they were about the same pace as Safat. So they were going to see what they can do in order to try and take over that second place here and see if they can get in a better position later on for the finals for them this afternoon. But so far, no avail for them as Larry Pegram continues to just pull away further and further ahead of the competition. As we go a little further back, a couple of good passes for position here. This is lap traffic. Gary Mockel and Jeff Carroll, as there you see Safat Haddock getting around these 2 lap cars as they try to stay out of harm's way, letting the leaders by.
Yeah, this is a pretty big field spread. Those guys are upwards of 5 to 6 seconds off of the pace, so it's a little bit challenging to really navigate that if you're in the top 5. But Haddock the third, as well as Lowry and Poles, did a nice job, and on Carroll and Muckle's side, a good job of them respectfully getting out of the way. So this has moved pretty smoothly for pretty much everyone in the top 5 now. Pegram continues to set the pace at the front of the field. Larry, that is, continuing to run mid to high 42s, now high 41 that time through, a 41.7. That's the fastest lap we've seen so far as we get the 2 magic carts going side by side into one. Again, not enough momentum there to get the move done as Poles lost momentum to Lowry, and it looks like Riley Pegram must have had some kind of issue with the lap traffic as she lost another 2 seconds that time through.
Yeah, Riley's going to have to go back to the drawing board to see what can she do in order to at least stay up with her dad a little bit going into the finals this afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how they can make an adjustment in order to be competitive for the finals here today as we pick up a little further up, watching this battle for third between Lowry and Poles. 1 cart off the track right there. That must be the 44 of Gary Mockrell, who is now out of the race, if not possibly Jeff Carroll. So we'll keep an eye and see who that was. But so far, 44 seconds left to go, plus an additional lap as they climb up towards the back half of the course. Into the hairpin they will go for the 2 magic carts.
Yeah, now down towards turn number 6. Again, Mitchell Lowry has hung on for the last few laps against taking Poles. I get the sense Poles has a little bit more pace in her magic cart. Is driving a little bit more aggressively, but she just cannot find that last bit to make the pass on Lowry. And again, unlike the single speed categories, you really have to pick and choose your spots in shifter. It can be very tough to set up a pass, taking multiple laps to do it. So this is not surprising to see Poles kind of struggling a little bit to find an opening, but we know that she definitely has the pace in that kart. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, something happened there on the last lap to Larry Pegram as he lost 1.2 seconds. Might have been some kind of just backing off for the tires, or it could have been lap traffic or something else. But Larry Pegram certainly has this race well and truly under control. As yes, I can see the lap traffic now is in the foresight of these two. I don't know if they're going to catch them quite quickly enough, as there's Larry at the front of the field. He's now cleared everyone, and now will be able to set his sights forward for the final lap of this race. But the rest of the field, they're going to have to fight through this. As Suffolk County the third just got through a gaggle of karts, and we can see now Larry Pegram continuing to work his way through turn number 4. Pegram, this has been a good race from him so far. Been very consistent, very smooth, has done everything he needs to do to put himself on pole position for the final. So Larry Pegram, the former AMA Superbike driver, is coming through the final couple corners here to round off what has been a dominant display on the pre-final. There's been a multiple karts off the track. Robertson and Muckle not going to finish, but Pegram going to finish on top here in the pre-final for shifter. With Suffolk at the third, finishing second. Mitchell Lowry third. Tegan Poles dropped way back on the final lap to finish fourth. Riley Pegram in the 5th spot, and the rest of your field cycles through in what was a hectic but fun Pro Shifter pre-final.
Absolutely. Doug Duff will come home in 6th position. Paul and Matthew Rydzetsky will come home 7th and 8th. Jeff Carroll coming around will finish in P9, while Fred Robertson and Gary Mokel will be a DNF here in your pre-final event here today. So we'll keep an eye on the action, but we have one more race before we get ready for main event action here today. You're watching the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship live from Batavia, Ohio at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, live on Kart Chaser.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chase's coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting. It is time for your KA100 Seniors. Green is out, and already Scott Oliver, Chase Adams, and the 957 will lead the charge heading off into turn number 2 and 3, and already a gaggle of cars just trying to vie for position for that third spot. Hunter Cole, Will Steele, Ben Lino, Ryan Miller, some of your ones to keep an eye on as they come out of the hairpin towards turn number 5 and 6, snaking their way over to the second hairpin.
Yeah, not a good start at all in the inside line for Hunter Cole. He dropped from a pole to third in that Sodi kart, and along with that, it kind of dropped back Will Steele, who started behind him as well. So already a magic kart 1-2, the outside line prevailing between Scott Oliver and Chase Adams. They worked their way down the main straightaway for the first time. Look at the gaggle of karts. This has been a very close class this weekend. It's close so far in this one, and it's a magic 1-2 with Oliver and Adams up at the front of the field. As we see a warning being displayed here for Scott Oliver for a tramline violation. So interesting note, we'll see if that evolves into anything further, but there you can see a great display there from our friends at Alpha Timing showing that Scott Oliver had a warning on the opening lap for the start infringement. So we saw how poor of a start that Hunter Cole got, and now we see a little bit more of an understanding as to why that was. So we'll see exactly what the race officials decide to do with that, but now already it has been a good start for the two Magic boys, with now Hunter Cole working his way up as he boots the number 957 a little bit out of the way there, and now is chaos down the main straightaway with Adams and Cole hanging on to second and third respectively.
Yeah, Chase Adams trying to hold on for dear life with Hunter Cole and the Sodi kart machine right there in the mix as they work their way through. There you see the TKG machine right behind of Ben Lida, Will Steele right there in the hunt as well. But for Scott Oliver, he is looking to try to continue on with another great finish as they work their way into the hairpin. Good fight for second as they come out of the second hairpin as these karts snake their way out and head over to the S's to the top of the hill. But that Magic kart has really got the pace to showcase here today at MCC.
Yeah, this has been a good showing so far from Oliver. Again, your round 1 winner. Did not look too good in practice, but he has been rapid ever since. As they now go down the main straightaway, once again, you can see the line of go-karts. Nikolai Dukov up 5 spots to 6th. That's a notable one for me because it was clear he had more pace than what he showed in qualifying, running all by himself. So now Dukov able to work himself to 6th. As we see battling further back, that's the 943 of Gavin Degenhardt battling against Colin Evans. Degenhardt again on the TKG entry, trying his best to make something happen, but at the front of the field, it just seems like Chase Adams struggling for the outright pace in that second spot, and it's kind of gaggled the whole group behind him from Hunter Cole to Benjamin Lida in the 4th position. Ben Lida again, strong showing in 206 senior. He's looked strong so far here early in this pre-final, and now down the main straight, all once again, or Cole once again for that second spot. He's going to get it, I think, coming into turn number 2. As he comes out of the corner, look at this. Look at Chase Adams holding the outside. No prisoners approach here is going to clear him. How about that for Chase Adams? Going to get shoved wide. Hunter Cole did not like what he saw from the 957 as Adams has gone really defensive. He's opened the door now for the 915 and Will Steele in that TKG machine to move up to third as he got by Lida in turn 2. He got by Cole in turn 6, and now he'll be the one to maybe try to get by Chase Adams, who has gone ultra defensive these last couple laps. And now as they come down the main straightaway one more time, it is a Scott Oliver runaway here. He is winning this thing massively early on in this one as they come into turn 2. This time now, opening the door up is Chase Adams. We'll see if they're able to get the move done. And now it is indeed Will Steele up to the second spot. And now the Chase Adams train has been slotted back into third, and it's about to get derailed here as Nikolai Dukov from 11th on the grid is up to third. And they'll battle it out further on behind as there's a look at Will Steele in the second spot. There's Dukov into third. There goes Adams back to fourth. And how about Ryan Crouch has slid through the chaos to get himself up into the 5th spot here, Taylor?
Yeah, Chase Adams got a little bit pushed off the track by Will Steele, I saw, as they were coming out of turn number 3. As we picked them up, coming across the line, it's Oliver, Adams, or Steele. Then it's going to be Dukov, Chase Adams, Ryan Crouch, your top 5. Hunter Cole dropping back to P6 after all that altercation. A little further back there, you see the 942 of Hunter Cole trying to fight his way back up with his Sodi kart machine as they come into the braking zone. And so far, Dukov trying to hunt down his Kart Republic teammate as they head off into turn number 5, 6, and 7. As there you see another, I believe that might be a Sodi kart right there, of Chase Adams right in the mix, trying to stay tucked up behind Dukov as they head off towards the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's Ryan Crouch there in the 955 OTK, able to get himself up into the 4th spot there, or excuse me, the 5th spot there. He's going to look for a move on Dukov. Whoa, that was a bit aggressive. Cuts to the inside, gets the move done, and there you can see Ryan Crouch up to the 3rd spot, excuse me. He makes it happen. There's Carter Thompson going for a move for 6 as we focus in on Crouch behind. We'll see if we can see what Thompson did for that 6th spot as they come now down into turn number 4. There, Crouch into 3rd. Dukov into 4th. Adams has sort of held on for the 5th spot. Hunter Cole has been so quick, but he's now shuffled all the way back into, I think, about 10th or so. As Carter Thompson got by, brought Ben Lida with him, brought Blade Fountain, and I think now Cole is all the way down in the 10th position. So this has not been the lap that you wanted to see from Hunter Cole in the Sodi kart. It has been the lap that you want to see from Ryan Couch, who continues to move his way forward, and he'll try to bring Nikolai Dukov with them. Stage 1 purple with a 45.419, a full 3.5 tenths quicker than Will Steele, ahead of him in 2nd.
Yeah, for the driver, though, of Hunter Cole, he's outside the top 10 in 11th position. Not the race he was hoping for, as we watch Will Steele trying to hold off Ryan Crouch and Dukov as they come up towards the big hairpin right here. Great passing opportunity. No one able to make a move just yet. As there you see Steele giving a little tap on the helmet to Crouch, saying, let's try and see if we can hunt down Scott Oliver. But with a minute and a half plus and additional lap to go, it's safe to say that Scott Oliver is set to cruise to victory here for the moment with a 3.3 second lead. Here to the inside, Ryan Crouch is going to make the pass on Will Steele as he works his way through, moving up to P2.
Yeah, that was a good move there from Crouch. Cleared him before he even got to the corner. We're focusing in on Scott Oliver now in the 1st spot. There we can see Nikolai Dukov to the inside into that 3rd spot. Gets by Will Steele. The TKG teammates going at it. This time Dukov prevails. We saw Steele get by him earlier in the race. Now Dukov up to that 3rd position. So this has been impressive for Dukov. He'll be right on even footing now with Scott Oliver. But first off, he's got to find a way to match the pace of Ryan Crouch, who has been absolutely rapid down the stretch of this race. And now Dukov going to try to find a little bit more pace in that TKG machine across the line. Crouch a 45.4, Dukov a 45.5. Chase Adams is going to arrive on the scene at some point in his 957 Magic Kart. He's bringing Carter Thompson, Ben Lida, Blade Fountain, Rush Gary, Ryan Miller, and Hunter Cole, all of them turning their best laps on that last lap. So this whole mid-pack is so close together. And then at the front of the field, you got Scott Oliver just in a different zip code, in his own dimension. He's cruising. He could read a book right now. But again, he is under investigation for that start infringement. So again, Scott Oliver well on his way to a dominant performance. But again, this has been something that he has been looking forward to since race number 1. Again, for the season, the winner of the KA Pro-Am gets a test with the TKG Mazda program. Again, one of the most exciting things, Trinity Karting Group, well known for their partnerships and their continued expansion in the car side of things, both with the Mazda program as well as select different open wheel programs in the past, but now with their club series, working it up to now having a TKG Mazda seat available, a test available for the winner of this KA program. So far this season, this looks like Scott Oliver has been the man to beat. But again, as they get through the last lap of the pre-final, he's going to have to see what happens about his start infringement. But for now, it will be a dominant pre-final victory as Oliver rounds the final corner to win the pre-final. Ryan Crouch going to hang on to second, and Nikolai Dukov going to finish third, ahead of Will Steele, Chase Adams, Carter Thompson, Ben Lyda, Blade Fountain, Rush Gary, Ryan Miller, and the rest of your KA seniors.
Great fight here in your KA 100 senior category for second on back. But for Scott Oliver, he's looking to continue on with a hard charge in the finals for him later on this afternoon. For those of you wondering when the KA 100 Pro-Am category will be, it'll be at 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time as we get set. But we get a few moments to take a break to have a chance to catch our breath before we get set for finals action later on, kicking off at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time with our 206 Masters. But first, we have our National Anthem and Invocation at 2:10, so we're going to step away right quick. And when we come back, it is time for the main events. Finals happening live on Kart Chaser.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com. almost like I timed that just perfectly.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the 2024 MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. If we ask for those of you who are there at the track to please rise and remove your hats for our playing of our national anthem. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Let's go racing here. And first and foremost, another thing, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there watching and tuning in on Kart Chaser or there at the track at the MCC circuit. As we get set, of course, we got to give a big thank you to all you guys for your support as we get set for finals action today. And it's going to be an exciting one. My name is Taylor Burris. Alongside me is Emery Lida as we get set for finals action here for the Pro-Am Karting Championship at the beautiful Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Emery, we saw some great racing action from start to finish in each class one way or another. And then there was some where drivers were just absolutely showing dominant speed all day long in their session. We're going to be looking forward to some great races today.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw some very competitive racing at the front of certain fields. Other fields kind of turned into a runaway, so to speak. So it'll be interesting to see how the races turn out again. The pre-finals a lot different than the finals. 2 extra minutes plus an extra lap that equates to roughly 3 to 4 extra laps of racing depending on the class. The weather conditions just a little bit different than what they rolled off on the pre-final with. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the handling. I know that the weather can certainly make an impact, as can the tire pressure as to what you decide to run. Again, temperatures expected to get up into the low 80s. It was about 74, 75 for the pre-final, depending on which class it was. And for example, the Briggs Heavy that we see on the grid right now, they ran their pre-final at about 11:15 or 11:40, I believe. So wasn't quite all the way heated up at that point in the day. Now, though, it is fully heavy. So again, L206 Master on the grid. You can see them getting set to go, firing up the engines, getting set for a good final. Again, this was a class that will be interesting to watch. You had the 3 up at the front of the field, TJ Pugh, Alan Elwood, and Joey Nuzzel at the front. Matt Lida is another one to watch from the back of the grid. Again, he was with that group of 3. He had a mechanical failure in the pre-final steering hub bolt that got sheared, that messed up his steering, that caused him to retire early from that race. So he'll be having to work his way through the field. Adam Dargis will have to find a little bit more pace to keep up with the top 3, and then the rest of your grid get set to go here, Taylor, for what should be the first of quite a few exciting races here at the beautiful Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, running the Legacy layout for this weekend.
Absolutely, Emery. We just got the 1-minute warning to turn loose all these drivers as they will make their way out onto the racing circuit here. The officials just checking over, making sure everyone fired up. A couple of carts had to get a quick little pull of the chain right there to get themselves fired up and ready to go racing here as they come out of the pit exit to head out on to this beautiful track here. The Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati is an absolutely amazing facility. We've been seeing how much Sean Bailiff has been able to put into it, and it's got a lot of work, and it's done absolutely amazing things. It has opened the door for the top 3 national series to come out and race here for the first time in 2024. Of course, we'll see the SCUSA Pro Tour make its debut later on in the month of June, but of course the Stars Championship and the United States Pro Kart Series will make their returns to the MCC circuit later on throughout the 2024 karting season. As we get set, we'll give you your starting lineup. On the pole, it is TJ Pugh, followed by Alan Elwood in second position. Joey Newsel will be starting in P3 with Adam Darkus in P4. Mike Doty will be starting in 5th position, followed by Donald Heltzer in 6th position. Renee Moeller will be starting in 7th with Nick Suligan in 8th position. Louis Moskoff will be starting in 9th with Ben Cotton in P10. Daryl Dillon will be starting in 11th with David Dean 12th. Matthew Lida in 13th, and Nicholas Gephardt will round out your 14 kart field as they come out of the final corner. A little bit of hands signals given for the front row between TJ Pugh and Alan Elwood, and that Elwood's design number 5 as they enter into the start box. Everything looks good, looks set. Put 10 minutes on the clock. Green flag is out, and we're racing for the first time in finals action for your 206 Master. And already TJ Pugh has got the race lead ahead of Alan Elwood as they come out of turn number 2. And on the inside, there you see Joey Newsel trying to show the nose, but slides back into P3.
Yeah, already Newsel back to 3rd as a top 3, straight in line from what we saw at the end of the pre-final, where they had no issues working with each other after the first couple laps. And again, they'll know that Matt Light is coming back from the rear of the field, and if they want to secure a podium spot, it might be most efficient for them to just work together and pull away. But first, they have to do the pull away part of things, and that is going to be a little bit more difficult to do in the final. Again, more data has been collected, possibly more setup changes, and we'll see if anyone from outside the top 3 can keep up with these top runners. There you can see Pugh and Elwood already off to a good start. Here comes Elwood to the race lead into turn number 1. He's going to try for a move. Not quite going to happen there, and you can see down through turn 2, Pugh continues to hang on. Elwood into 2nd, Newsel into 3rd, and they're already pulling away from Adam Dargus. Let's check in on Matt Lida. He's moved up 4 spots already to 10th, so a lot of work to do for him, but he might have a shot if they battle. But right now, they're all staying in line, continuing to push as they come down to turn number 6. They go. Here comes TJ Pugh, slides the cart in a little bit. That'll cost him a bit on exit, but this is not a good passing zone. So you can see there, Elwood back to the rear bumper, pushes away from Newsel just a little bit, but these top 3 continuing to work together and extend the gap to the rest of the field.
Your top 3 just have a plan of trying to pull away from the competition right now. As I say that, Alan Elwood goes out to the inside lane. He wants to try to take the lead away from TJ Pugh. Can't quite do it just yet. Still shows the nose. There you see Newsel trying to stay tucked up behind, and Elwood will take over the race lead here for the first time of today's racing action. 8 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. Newsel could not get to the inside of TJ Pugh just yet, so he'll stay in the 3rd position. Meanwhile, Dargus and Doty will try to work together to go and hunt down your top 3 as they enter into the hairpin towards turn 6 and 7. So far, not able to make it work as your top 3 pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, top 3 pulling away. Dargus into 4th. Mike Doty, no relation to Mike Doty Racing, but Mike Doty aboard the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic into the 5th spot. He is having his best run of the weekend so far early in the going here, but he's in 5th aboard his 220 KR machine. Then you got Donald Hetzler trying to hang on to 6th, and Matt Lida back up to 7th now, and we'll see what time he does, a 51.7. That was quicker than your race leaders. Mind you, they battled a little bit, and he's got to fight to get by 3 other go-karts, but still impressive pace from Lida. Now they're pushing at the front of the field. Elwood, for the first time all weekend, with a chance to lead the race here early in the final. We'll see what kind of pace they do. Again, it's hard to really run quicker as a single kart than with the draft, but whoever's leading the pack generally tends to dictate what kind of pace the pack runs. And right now, Elwood maybe not quite as quick as what we've seen from Pugh and Nule leading. So we'll see what he can do here as the race leader coming through the final couple corners here. As he clips the curb, that'll cost him a little bit of a run, and it will allow Pugh to be right on his bumper all the way down the straightaway. Further back, you can see a move in the background for P6 with Lyda getting by. He'll get that move done. It looks like on Donald Hetzor for the 6th spot. Just about. No, they're still fighting through turn number 2. So that battle's going on back there, but at the front, they're still pushing. Pugh looks to be a little bit weaker through turns 2 and 3. Sliding the cart more, maybe fighting that Kart Republic a little bit more than he wants to, and that's allowing Elwood to have a little bit more breathing room through the tighter sections of the track.
Yeah, they seem to be now just trying to find their rhythm and start to pull further and further away from the competition here. There you see Dargis and Doty right in the 4th spot trying to two-car tandem the situation and hunt down your top 3, but right now they are about a second off the race leaders as far as lap time-wise as they come out of the final corner here across the start-finish line. Currently right now for Alan Elwood, he is going to come across the line. Doesn't really make a big lap. He's faster than your 2nd and 3rd place driver of Pugh and Nule, but so far they started to back off. They lost about 4/10 on that battle, but they are still pulling away from Dargis and Doty, who are now 3.3 seconds behind. Meanwhile, for Matt Lyda, he's up to P6, and he's running some good lap times for him being by himself, but does he have enough time to at least catch up into the top 4? We're going to find out. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for your race leader, Alan Elwood.
Yeah, it would take a lot for him to catch them at this point, but he could still pretty easily get to 4th, I believe, as he is quicker than the 2 ahead of him. We'll see what he does this time with clean air now, as the last lap he had to fight with Donald Hetzor to get that 6th spot. So this time through, another lap in the books. Elwood going to lead the charge at 51.3. 51.3 for Pugh, 51.4 for Nule. Dargis and Nodi continuing on a 51.2 for Lyda, so he is rapid in the early stages of this race. He's got about 4.5 minutes left. Again, 5 seconds is a mountain to climb by yourself in a 2:06, but a top 4 could still be on the cards for Matt Lyda as the top 3 continue to push each other away from the rest of the field and continue to set a blistering pace at the front.
Blistering pace indeed for your top 3, as there you saw Nule try to think about showing the nose to get around TJ Pugh. That gives them about a kart length loss to your race leader of Alan Elwood, as there you see Matthew Lyda caught up to the back end of Mike Doty as they come up towards the top of the hill. Here you see Alan Elwood leading the charge once again, now coming across the line right about now, just under 4 minutes plus 2 laps left to go for your race leader as they come out of turn number 1. We'll pick up, of course, a little further back with the driver of Adam Dargis and Mike Doty, along with Matthew Lyda. Lyda thinks about trying to catch up and make a pass, but so far, not going to work this time.
Yeah, there you can see Lyda's still a little bit too far back, I think, on that last lap through to get by Doty, but he's certainly still working his way up towards. There you can see the gaps, 4.8 seconds from that first group to the second group, as he has worked his way to the second group, but that is a big difference between catching them and catching these guys who have pretty much the same pace as him, but they're all in a draft, all working together, and all absolutely on the same page when it comes to trying to make it a 3-kart battle for 3 podium spots. So another lap in the books. Elwood still leading in the background. Dargis going to come under fire here from Lyda for the 4th spot as these 3 continue to push their way out to the front of the field. We'll focus in here on the battle for the lead for a second. Elwood into that lead spot. Dargis is leading the second group. They're trying to push away from Nule a little bit. As you can see now, the top 3, there you're going to see the battle for 4th as Lyda has gotten his way around Dargis and Doty. So now it is clean air from Matt Lyda. He is going to have almost an impossible challenge to catch up this gap. 5.7 seconds, the gap between Nule in 3rd to Lyda in 4th. So in only 5 laps, that seems unfeasible to expect it to happen. But this battle for the lead should be pretty exciting in the background. I mean, you can see there is Alan Elwood. Again, continue to click off 51.3, 51.4s. I don't know if he's the quickest of these 3, but he's been reliable when it comes to running a consistent, clean pace at the front. And now he'll continue with Pugh and Nule both pushing each other and see if he can't do anything about trying to hang on to that lead at the front of the field over the last few laps.
6.3 seconds separates your driver of Matthew Lyda to your top three of Elwood, Pugh, and Newsel. So we'll see what he can do, but I think it's safe to say he's going to stay in that fourth position unless these top three really get to fighting on the final 2 laps later on in this race as they crest up to the top of the hill here, and Alan Elwood has stretched it out to about a kart length over TJ Pugh. Newsel has dropped back by about a kart length now as they head down the front straightaway across the start-finish line. 1 minute 20 seconds for your race leaders. 10 laps are up on the board for them as they head off into turn 2 and 3. Last time by, still 6.3 seconds separates Lyda from Newsel, so it now has plateaued, gone stationary. No really major gains for Lyda at the moment as we watch some of the other battles around the track currently. So for everyone's just minding their P's and Q's, you got a battle for 9th between Moeller and Nick Sugin for that 9th spot also.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of packed battles throughout the field. We've seen Hetzler kind of fall back in the clutches of Muskop. There you can see, oh, that looks like a bit of a mistake there from Pugh that allowed for Elwood to get a gap. It's not going to matter because with the way the draft works, it will cause a little bit of a concertina effect at the front of the field. But that's a bit encouraging for Elwood to know that if he can nail those set of S's and nail the slow speed corners, he will have a gap that he doesn't have to defend down the main straightaway. So as they come down, now 3 laps to go, this should be an exciting end to this one.
Absolutely. As here to the inside, TJ Pugh gets the race lead away from Alan Elwood as they come out of the hairpin. Elwood looks to the inside as he will try to cross him over. This opens the door for Newsel to get 2nd place away from TJ Pugh. And Elwood will now try to pull away a little bit. He's got a little bit of breathing room as they come up to the top of the hill. 3 laps left to go in the race as they come up to the top of the hill. Newsel thinks about trying to get a run out of here. He's got a good run. If he can stay tucked up behind, he can set something up going into turn 2. 2 laps to go for your race leader. Newsel to the inside, side by side, battle for the race lead, and Newsel will get the race lead away from Alan Elwood.
Yeah, Elwood displaced for the first time since lap 2. Now he's going to have to fight his way back to the front. You can see there Newsel already going defensive. This is going to be tough to break the line here to come through turn number 4. Again, Newsel continuing to defend. Crossover incoming from Elwood. He's not going to have the momentum. And Pugh, the way that this works out, is going to get a good run at 2nd. He's going to go almost 3 wide there. Gets chopped a little bit, and he falls to 3rd. That might not have been the wisest move from TJ Pugh, as that loss of momentum is going to take him out of the initial fight for the lead here, Taylor.
As they come up here one more time around, Elwood and Newsel will now battle it out. TJ Pugh starting to lose some time on your top 2 as they come get the white flag. One more time around, and Elwood will look to the inside. He can't quite get there just yet. He'll stay behind Newsel for 2nd at the moment as they come into turn number 2. Watching on, can Elwood set something up into the hairpin out of turn number 3 over towards turn 4 and 5 as they work their way through. Let's try to get a camera on that position right here as they come over, and watch, here they come, a lap car up ahead of them as they work their way into the hairpin of turn number 5, side by side into the hair-prone zone where you see Elwood. He tries to send it in deep, couldn't quite make it work. He almost gets the wheel, gives a little apology of that close contact as they come up to the top of the hill, side by side. Elwood makes a beautiful pass to complete as they come up to the top of the hill here. Great run for Alan Elwood as he will come out of the final corner, and he has a little bit of trouble. He gets held up by a lap car, side by side across the line. Who comes out on top? A little bit of a tow from the lap car. It will be Joey Newsel who will get the win over Alan Elwood.
Yeah, TJ Pugh there got himself back in the fray of things, but a bit of a mistake out of the final corner cost him. He ends up 3rd. Matt Lyda continues his run all the way to 4th. So a good run for Matt Lyda from last to 4th. Adam Dargis in 5th. Mike Doty 6th. Lewis Muskoff, Donald Hetzler, Nick Silden, and Renee Moeller round out your top 10. Ben Cotton into 11th. Daryl Dillon, David Dean, and Nicholas Gephardt round out your field. But how about it for Joey Newsel? The lap traffic, a little bit of an assistance there, but still finds a way to win the drag race to the line by 3/100ths of a second. He walks away with a victory to start out your day of finals here in L206 Master.
Absolutely. We still got more great racing action still to come. Next on the docket is your 206 junior category. They're next, and you catch it all live here on Kart Chaser.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the 2024 MCC Pro-Am Karting Challenge live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati as we get set for our next category out on the circuit. It is your L206 Junior category that is next out on the docket, as we'll get a quick look at your starting lineup momentarily for today's racing action, as we have a lot of great races still to come as we get closer and closer to the start of the finals here today. As for the juniors, it will be as followed for qualification. Adler Klein will be on the pole, followed by Ace Roland in second. Lila Beck will be in third, with Caleb Tracy in fourth, and Law Cotton will be your 5-card field. And with that, the karts are out onto the track as they get themselves situated around here. We'll get one warm-up lap and then turn them loose for 10 minutes plus 2 laps as they come around the circuit here. Adler Klein, of course, set a dominating effort in his number 33 Tony Kart. We'll see, does he decide to start on the front row? Yes, he does. And then you see the REM machine of Ace Roland in the number 8. As the field will work their way around, Lila Beck in third in the number 11. And there you see the 24 at the tail end of the field of Lock Cotton. Caleb Tracy also going to be having a good show here today. Let's see if he learned anything from the previous one and get himself set up for a great start in today's racing action. As they come out of the final corner into the start box, they will go the Cosmic versus the Tony Kart here in your 206 Junior Finals. 10 minutes plus 2 laps. It's time to bring the action here in Cincinnati as they enter the start box. Green flag is out, and we're underway. And already Klein gets a great jump on the field. He will stay ahead of Roland. Meanwhile, the battle for third between Tracy and Beck will begin to commence as they come out of turn number 2.
Yeah, there goes Adler Klein. He has been untouchable this season in 206 Junior. We'll see if it stays that way, but this is the first time that Ace Roland has had a direct shot at him off the start, and he's up to the second spot, as they already have at least a 5 kart length gap over the rest of the field. There you can see those two. Into third is Lila Beck, and into fourth is Caleb Tracy. So those two going to work together. There at the back of the field is Wall Cotton as well. So not the greatest of starts for him, but at the front, you can see the top two already about a 4 kart lengths gap forming for Adler Klein ahead of Ace Roland. And then you can see Caleb Tracy just getting himself into that third position, trying to get Lila Beck to follow him in the 4th slot. So he got by into the last couple corners, and now he will try to dig and get back up towards Ace Roland.
Yeah, everyone now just going to mind their P's and Q's here, start logging laps as we are now at just about 1 minute already completed, plus the additional 2 laps in today's race. So 8 minutes, 40 seconds left to go as they come down the short chute over toward turn number 6. And so far for Adler Klein, just continuing to log laps and start pulling away further and further. Meanwhile, Caleb Tracy and Lila Beck, they're going to have a little fight as well for that 3rd spot, a final step of the podium. That's going to be one to keep an eye on as we progress further into the race.
Yeah, Adler Klein up at the front of the field. He's got upwards of a 7/10 gap. It's about to be about a 1 point. Oh, that's even more than I would have thought. I think something's happened there to Ace Roland. Yes, Ace Roland's out of the race. Wow. I think that's some kind of mechanical failure for Ace Roland. You can't really get a great view of it, but you can see him off the track in turn number 9. Unfortunate for the number 8 kart. He is out of the race, and I was going to say it's about a 1.7 second gap from what I could see. It's way more than that now with Roland out. It's a 3.3 second gap back to Caleb Tracy, who continues to slowly but surely pull away from Lila Beck. And so now the lead, no intrigue at all in terms of that battle, is Klein is continuing to gain about a second a lap. But we can see now the battle for second start to heat up, and now both of them guaranteed a podium spot after the mechanical DNF from Ace Roland.
Yeah, so right now we're just keeping an eye on that battle for second between Caleb Tracy and Lila Beck here in your 206 Junior Finals, as Beck will stay in third and starts to lose a little bit of ground. It's now about 3 to 4 tenths of a second separating your second and third place driver.
Yeah, this has been, I'd say, a very good start to the race by Adler Klein. Caleb Tracy, that last time through, lost a little, but he looked like he pulled out a big gap over Lila Beck through turn number 2 and 3 that time, as it looked like Beck overdrove it a little bit. That will give Tracy a little bit of breathing room, and once he breaks the draft window, I think it'll be very hard for Beck to get back there. So if you're Tracy or you're just trying to run smooth lines, you know Beck is behind you at this point. It's just about not overdriving the kart. You know you're not really going to catch Adler Klein unless he pulls out a K engine or something. But if he could continue to just run his race, he might have a shot to pull away for second. We'll see how this one unfolds. As again, his line through turn 1 and 2, the speed he's able to carry gives him an extra 2 to 3 kart lengths that it takes Beck the entire rest of the lap to get back from him.
Yeah, last time by, Caleb Tracy ran a 53.38, Lila Beck at 53.314. So they're running almost identical lap times. It's just a matter of how well you get the runs off corner and also finding that opportunity to make the pass. That is Lila Beck's goal for the moment 4 laps are on the board, approaching the halfway point here, just under 6 minutes, plus 2 laps left to go in today's action in your 206 Junior.
Yeah, there you can see Tracy continuing. Again, he just seems to struggle out of that last corner. It's keeping the battle close between second and third. But they're continuing to work their way forward. I mean, they're running quicker laps each and every time. They're still not touching what Adler Klein's doing at the front of the field of a 52.37, but continuing to find the pace in their karts, setting personal best. This is as close as they've been to him from a pace standpoint all day long. Even if they've still got a lot of work to do, it is still a pretty big confidence builder to be able to run within 7 to 8 tenths and now starting to find a rhythm. Although it looks like Tracy continues to maybe overdrive the last bit a little bit. Beck maybe underdriving the first couple of quarters. That's keeping them right there together and right there in the draft with each other.
Coming up now to 3 minutes, 40 seconds here. It is still Adler Klein, your race leader, by 6.9 seconds over Caleb Tracy. Tracy still having a good fight with Lila Beck, who's about 2 tenths off the pace right now from Caleb Tracy. Lock Cotton's already put 1 lap down, and trying to see. I see Ace Roland is back out around the circuit here. See if we can try to pick him up somewhere around there. There you see the drivers working
right
their way.
Klein.
Yeah, so he's right behind.
It's about a second behind Adler Klein.
Well, it's a shame that Ace Roland did have the issue to where he could not get fired back up and continue on racing. He is now 3 laps down from your race leader at the moment. So that Cosmic is just going to try to log some laps, maybe just get a little bit of more testing in to maybe see what he could do for the next time he goes head-to-head against Adler Klein, because that was going to be a good fight, I have to say, for the race lead between those two.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't see if Roland would be able to hang on. I mean, we saw early in the going, Klein was able to pull out a gap. He's been a little bit slower these last couple laps of the 52.4 the last time through. That is the quickest, or about as quick as we've seen him run all race long. But certainly Roland had the pace for second, if not more. So a shame for him. Still going to get to pull some laps. We're not entirely sure what happened to him that caused him to have an issue in the back part of the track. But still, they'll see if he can at least gain some confidence following in behind Adler Klein these next few laps here as they come across for yet another lap. A 52.3 that last time through for Klein, a 53.4 for Roland. So something's got to be up still with Roland's kart. But these two, Caleb Tracy and Lila Beck, continuing to put together good runs here. They're right behind each other, 8.3 seconds off the race lead, but they are still in a Loctite battle with each other for second and third spots. The podium is pretty well set unless Law Cotton finds something special here. But at the same time, Tracy and Beck will want to stand on the preferred side of the podium, the right side of the podium, to get themselves on the second spot. So all three on the box, but Tracy versus Beck to figure out the second spot coming up here in the next few laps.
Watching on to see what these two can do for battling here. 1 minute, 45 seconds left to go for your race leaders as they come out of the final corner here. At 105, Machine putting on a stellar drive, but here comes the 811 of Lila Beck. She'll get a good run as they head off into turn one, but not close enough to make any moves to try and get around that 206 Machine, junior Machine of Caleb Tracy for the second spot.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Beck continues to struggle in those first 2 corners. She's just not carrying enough apex speed, and it's costing her all the way down to turn number 4. And the rest of the lap, I think she's better than Tracy. She's able to carry more speed. She's been consistently quicker from here, about here into turn 6 on down the main straight and onwards. It's just those first 2 corners that she cannot figure out. And so knowing that, if you're Lila Beck, knowing that, you kind of want to make the move early in the lap. You want to make it before you get to turn 1, because that will be where you struggle. And now down the main straight. Here she goes, she takes a peek to the inside, decides against it. Once you get to the limiter, it is hard to make a move. And again, you see where she loses that time. It's a lot of it is into 1 and a little bit more in turn number 2. And she spends the rest of the lap making that up. So I think if she's going to make the move, she's got to make it into 1 if she wants any shot of hanging on to the 2nd spot.
Watching on here, coming up now, we should be getting the 2 to go signal next time by for Adler Klein, your race leader, as we watch this battle for second between Tracy and Lila Beck, as they're closing in on Law Cotton to put him also another 1 lap down currently, as they are trying to catch up and find their way. Could this change the outcome? We saw how lap traffic affected the outcome of one race. Could it happen again? Out of the final corner, here comes Lila Beck with a little bit of a tow from your race leader, or from Law Cotton, your lap car. But so far, Caleb Tracy will get the spot away as they work their way through, coming out into turn 1. 2 laps to go for your race leader.
Yeah, that is brutal. That is going to kill Lila Beck's chance of getting into the 2nd spot, as she is still behind Walcott and now gets through. And that is basically going to end any shot. She's now over a second back from your 2nd place of Caleb Tracy. So while Tracy was able to get by down the straightaway, for whatever reason, Beck was not able to. Cotton holds on in the position, and that makes it to where Tracy had the 2nd spot pretty much locked down as they go to the final lap. There's a look at Adler Klein. It's been a while since we've seen him on camera, which is usually a pretty good thing if you're up at the front of the field. It means you're doing your job as the race leader. He's done that, just that, a 10-second lead, continuing to pull out from the rest of the field. Caleb Tracy now with over a 2nd gap as they head on to the last lap ahead of Lila Beck. So now you can see Beck, again, she's going to have a mountain to climb on this last lap. Tracy gets home a little bit free here with that one. But for Adler Klein, this has been the race of dreams. He did not have much pressure outside of the first lap or so from Ace Roland, who had the mechanical issue, and since then he has been cruising. It was a win in round number 1 on the national circuit for Klein. It was a dominant performance then. It's a dominant performance there on the legacy circuit as Klein comes home to take the LO206 junior final victory here on Sunday at the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. And now coming to the line for 2nd, here comes the lap car of Ace Roland, and there goes Caleb Tracy to walk away with a 2nd place finish, and Lila Beck finishing 3rd. Walcott will come across for his final lap to finish in the 4th position. And that is all she wrote for the LO206 junior category. Adler Klein, another dominant display. How about 11.3 seconds on the field, Taylor?
Absolutely a great run for Adler Klein, your race winner. Caleb Tracy 2nd, Lila Beck 3rd. We're going to see how this will play out for the rest of the season for your 206 juniors as they progress later on in 2024. But we still got more racing action to go. 2 races down, but it's time for your 206 seniors. They're next on the docket.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth rear sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is time for your L206 Senior Finals, and on the pole is the 991 of Benjamin Lida. Alongside him, Nolan Holiday. Colin Evans will start in P3 with Shane Hambrook in 4th, and Connor Dean will round out your 5-kart field here today as they get themselves all lined up. Shane Hambrook, there you see in the 51 in the Ignite costume. Give me a little thumbs up. Yeah, he's pumped up, ready to go. We hope all of you who are there tuned up. Yeah, give us a thumbs up there, Shane, as we get set, ready to go racing here for today's action. Emery, a lot of great racing. We love to see the drivers out here having a good time with us as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw a really good race early on in the Masters category and some interesting racing in the 206 Junior as well. And how about it for Lila Beck finishing it off in 3rd? Just heard that it was her first ever karting race. So for her to get on the podium is very impressive and a job well done. Staying right there with Caleb Tracy down the stretch. Got unfortunate with some lap traffic at the end, but still a solid effort. And now we shift our focus to the 206 seniors. It was a very fun heat race earlier today that really saw kind of a 2-kart breakaway between Ben Lida and Nolan Holiday. Of course, Ben had some kind of issue in qualifying that hindered him, but once he got going in the pre-final, a dominant display between him and Holiday to pull away 8 seconds over Colin Evans and Shane Hembrook, who, it must be said, were pretty close in the qualifying session. So if they can find a little bit of extra pace here in the final, anything can happen. So this will be interesting to watch. Again, the Briggs racing, a lot of it comes down to the drafting strategy. We saw in the heat race, Lida and Holiday able to work well together to get themselves into the front two. It should be a showdown here for 10 minutes and 2 laps as the engines are fired. We're getting set to go. 1 minute to go. There you can see on the grid, everyone getting set to go. You can see Ben Lida and Nolan Holiday both on the front row. Ben's dad, Paul, offering some encouragement there. This should be a fun race here to watch here, Taylor.
Absolutely. It's time to go racing in your 206 Junior Final, race number 3 of the afternoon here today as we get set. And, of course, for those of you watching, we also have to let you know it's a doubleheader today for the Kart Chaser family. Both not only the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship is happening, but also the Rotax Trophy West is happening over in Grand Junction, Colorado. So if you have 2 screens, might as well go ahead and pull them out and get both the action, as myself and Emery Leiter are here in Ohio, while our good friends of Alexander Searle and Justin Prince will be bringing you the action over there in Grand Junction for the Rotax Trophy West Series, which is always an exciting championship to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, and how about it yesterday for Cooper Auclair at Grand Junction, able to walk away with a victory and put himself closer to the championship battle. I know him, Frederic Lemieux, as well as Griffin Dow are all relatively close in the championship hunt. So that last round of the Rotax West Trophy should be a fun one to watch. You can catch the finals later today on Kart Chaser. But for right now, here's the action at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's the 206 senior category getting set to go. Ben Light and Nolan Holiday on the front row. Colin Evans, Shane Hambrick, row 2, Goddard Dean, row 3, and we're set to go. Green flag in the air. The outside gets a good jump there, and you can see Holiday's going to clear Light it just about into turn number 2. They're going to go side by side, and I think as they come around turns 2 and 3, Colin Holiday is going to get the lead away from Lida. And how about it for Shane Hambrick up to the 2nd spot, Lida all the way down to 3rd, and Colin Evans back to 4th.
Great race up towards the front of the field here in your 206 senior category as they work their way over into the hairpin of turn number 6. And right now, these senior drivers really putting on a show right now as Lida's trying to find his way up toward the front of the field as we watch him lead the charge. Nolan Holiday also in the mix as well. But don't forget Shane Hambrick. He's ready to go have some fun out there on the track. And as a matter of fact, Shane Hambrick looks like to have taken over that 2nd position away in the 51 as Nolan Holiday leads lap number 1.
Yeah, there you can see Lida making sure Hambrick's hold of the 2nd place was very short-lived as he got by in turn 1. I think Colin Evans went down the inside as well into the 3rd spot. Not quite. Evans stays behind in 4th. So all 4 really close together at the start, but you can see the overarching pace advantage that Lida has so far in this one. It took Ben no time to get back up to 2nd, and now he's already closed the gap from about 4 kart lengths to 1 on Nolan Holiday as they come out of turn number 6, up through the S's 7, 8, and 9. In a faster kart, this could be a passing zone. In a 206, it's a little bit tougher to make that move into the king, so Lida's going to stick in 2nd position. And now as they come out of the corner, how about this one? To the inside, out of the last corner, down the main straightaway. On the rev limiter they come. This is going to be close into 1, but Lida blows by into the race lead.
Lida finally finding his opportunity to take over the race lead as they make the charge over towards the back half of the course into the braking zone. They will go. Absolutely stunning race that we see here amongst our drivers as they continue to fight hard for the race lead here as they head off into the 2nd hairpin. And it's a 4-horse race. Colin Evans right there in amongst the mix. He wants to have a shot at maybe getting a podium here tonight.
Yeah, Colin Evans had a lot of pace in qualifying. He was P2, briefly P1 at one point in the session. Now, though, he seems to have struggled in the heat race, struggled a little bit more in the main event. So he's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to get up to that race lead. But Ben Lida has looked like the fastest kart so far in this one as he comes down to click another lap off here. It's lap number 3 for these guys, and it's a 1.5 tenth lead. Not enough to pull away quite yet, but he does seem to have a bit of a pace advantage over Nolan Holiday as he pulls them along. Hambrick and Evans continue to fall back a little bit more. Now Hambrick's going to go defensive, I believe, coming out of turn number 3 into 4. We'll see if he keeps that way, and that is really going to back them up a little bit. That's going to allow Lida and Holiday to continue getting further and further into the distance. Connor Dean, a good 4 seconds behind this 3rd place battle, so he probably won't factor into the podium battle, but still turning some valuable laps in there for him. But for Ben Lida to work his way after some qualifying troubles, a difficult start, he's made quick work of the field to get himself back up into the lead right now.
Absolutely, as we watch on that 991 of Benjamin Lida leading the charge here as they come across the line. 6.5 minutes left to go for them as they cross the line. Nolan Holiday just trying to find an opening to get around and see if he can take the fight again to Benjamin Lida. They head down to turn 3 and 4, and as they do so, he shows the nose. Nope, just going to give a little bit of a push to keep those two trying to stay ahead of the rest of the field. They don't want to bring in the driver of Shane Hambrick and Colin Evans into the fight.
Yeah, I don't want to be a doomer by any means, but I would be shocked if Holiday makes a move within the next 5 laps. Now, I've been wrong a lot of times before, probably too many times, but having just gone out of a 206 yesterday and having driven in these races, there's very little upside to trying to force the issue, especially when objectively Lida leading them has been the quicker kind of formation over the last couple races. We do see a move trying to happen back there between Colin Evans and Shane Hambrick, but at the front of the field, they're doing 50.4s with Lida at the front. And qualifying, Holiday was unable to get quicker than a 50.9. So I think he knows that his kart is probably not as naturally quick at leading than Lida. But the beauty of these 206 races is if you're within 3 or 4 tenths, you can make up that deficit with the draft. And he's doing a good job of kind of sticking towards Lida's bumper and just pushing and pushing and pushing. It's helping both of them. So I think the more that they do that, the less risk they have of losing their spot and possibly getting into each other early on in the race. So this is a smart move by Nolan Holiday, but I can't really see him making any sort of move here in the next couple laps.
No, not anytime soon. He's probably just going to be a little bit patient, continues on just making sure he just is there to capitalize on any mistake that we could see come out of Benjamin Lida as they come closer and closer. They're starting to pull away. They're about now 3.9 seconds ahead of Colin Evans and Shane Hambrick for the moment. So really good fight for the race lead here. The battle for third is also going to be one to watch, as well as Shane Hambrick is trying to get back into that third position here ahead of Colin Evans.
Yeah, you can see there Ben Lida and Nolan Holiday, and then there's the gap back to third and fourth. That's almost 4 seconds at this point. So we're seeing really the top two flex their muscles, as we saw in the pre-final. It ended up being 8 seconds. Oh, Ben Lida dropped a wheel there out of the final corner. He'll get pushed down the main straightaway by Nolan Holiday, but still, this has been a dominant display from your top two. Lida, again, no relation to me, by the way, but Ben Lida trying to do a similar story to what his brother did in round number one, winning his race in the Masters category. In the senior category, he came up just short in LO206, so if Ben can find just that last little bit to close out this race, he'll be in a good shape to walk away with a first-place finish here in 206 Senior.
Good opportunity for him as he will continue to lead the charge here. 3 minutes, under 4 minutes to go as they work their way around the circuit here. We're going to see how this plays out, but Holiday just being patient, not wanting to make any issues for the time being as they come out of the final corner. Across the line, it is still going to be that number 991 of Benjamin Lida leading the charge. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go as Shane Hambrick got back around Colin Evans for that third spot here, and he is trying to see if he can stay ahead of Colin Evans. For Connor Dean, though, he is, I believe, out of the race. Yes, so tough break for the zero machine of Connor Dean. He will not get the finish he wants.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Connor Dean, but still, again, valuable experience for him. He was able to run a lot of laps over the course, of the weekend, and it'll look to be better in the next round. But for these two, for Lida and Holiday, we're getting to the point now where if you're Nolan Holiday, this is where you try to position yourself. Do you want to go for the lead before you get to 2 to go to get kind of the firm ground and be able to sort of race on your own terms, maybe make blocks when you want to? Or do you trust yourself to make it a drag race to the line at the end of the race and try to win there? Those are the questions that you have to figure out down the stretch of these races where you know, realistically, Ben's not going to pull away from you, and you're not going to pull away from Ben. So it's just down to how do you kind of scheme out how you want to race the last couple laps. And I think what Holiday decides to do will play a big part in what we see over the course of these next 3 laps.
Absolutely, as we keep an eye on the competition here, this battle for the race lead, and so far, Colin Evans got back around Shane Hambrick as well again. So I think we need to go take a look at that battle for third briefly here if we get a chance and see how that's playing out, because that seems to be exciting. They're swapping the position every other lap.
Yeah, it looks like neither one of them is particularly content with how the other one is racing and how they're leading the battle. So Colin Evans this time through got to come through to get to be in third position, but we'll see exactly how this has played out. In fact, I think Hambrick's had some kind of issue here on the last lap. Something's happened to Shane Hambrick, so not sure what happened there. We'll get a read on that at some point, but this is unfortunate for him. Takes the intrigue a little bit out of that battle for third position. So I don't know, maybe they came together. We did see some aggressive racing from them down the main straightaway a couple of times. So unfortunate end of the day for Shane Hambrick, but this battle for the front is not ending yet. There's still a few more laps to go, and Ben Lida continues to lead as we still look to see if anything is noticeably wrong with what happened to Shane Hambrick. But for now, Ben Lida and Nolan Holiday leading the way as they come down to about 36 seconds left. We're going to have about 3 laps to go at this point in this race.
Field works their way out of turn number 2 right now. Ben Lida holding strong for the moment. Nolan Holiday thinking about it, He's not going to do anything just yet. We probably will expect him to try to make a pass for the race lead when we get that 2 to go signal here as they work their way through, as they come into the braking zone out of turn number 6. They're going to keep on racing hard as they try to keep pushing and pushing each other to try and see who has what it takes to take home the checkered flag and who has the momentum on their side. Out of the final corner, timer is about to expire here, where we should get the 2 to go signal this time by. The answer is yes, 2 laps to go for your race leader across the line as they head off into 1.
Yeah, Lyda continuing to lead, Holiday in second. You can see Lyda really good at the apex of the corner. And so this is what we're seeing now. You can see Lyda, it looks like down the straight, again, the draft really helping Holiday out, and he's really good on the entry to certain corners, and that's helping him sort of keep that gap right there on his bumper. And I think this is going to be a situation where Ben has to defend on that last stop. There you can see the gap from first and second all the way back to third. They're already through turn 6 by the time that Evans is getting through turn number 4. So this has been a dominant display over 10 seconds as they come through the final couple of corners here. 1 lap to go to decide this race in LO206 Senior. It is going to be a duel between Ben Lyda and Nolan Holiday.
Here they come down into turn 1 for the final time. Holiday thinks about it. He'll go the outside lane as they come over towards turn number 2 here. When there they go out of turn 3. So far, Lyda holds a position. He'll go the defensive route into the braking zone as they work their way through, as we'll try to get the camera to point back over towards your race leaders here. And there we go. We'll get themselves sorted out as they work their way into the braking zone towards the back straightaway and make the run. But here comes Holiday with a big run heading through the S's. Can he try to find his opening to get to the inside of Lyda? Not going to work. He's got maybe one more attempt as they come up to the top of the hill. Heading down, he'll look to the inside, not close enough, and it is going to be Benjamin Lyda who will take home and capture the flag here in your 206 Senior finale as they come across the line.
Yeah, I thought you might have called it a little bit too early there, but not enough of a run in Nolan Holiday. They were both on the chip by the end of it, and at the end of the day, a victory for Ben Lyda. He walks through with the win ahead of Holiday. Colin Evans with a good run to third, finishing 12 seconds behind your race leader, and a DNF for both Shane Hambrick and Connor Deem. But that wraps up your 206 Senior category. Up next, the final of the 206 categories before we get into some two-stroke racing is the 206 Cadets, where William Richard will look to build on a dominant display coming up next on Kart Chaser.
We're at a commercial break.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth rear sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting. It is now time for our 206 cadets to head out onto the track, as this is their finals. And on the pole will be the 587 of William Richards. Alongside him, Ethan Langley in second. Drew Schneider will be in third, with Hunter McBride in fourth, and Colton Hoops will be your top 5 for today's racing action. We're happy to have you all with us here tuning in on Kart Chaser coverage of the grassroots sides of kart racing. You know, Emery, it's kind of great that we started doing this year. You know, for the past few years on Kart Chaser, we were covering the national and regional kart chase, karting events, like the SCUSA, Stars, USPKS, the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the Miami, the Winter Series, the Rotax, and several others, part of the national and regional levels. But it's good to give it back to the community and talk to our regional and meet with our regional drivers and club racers who, have the chance to maybe hopefully one day join the ranks of being part of the national or some of the bigger series that are a part of the national and regional karting series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the club racing scene, look, this is what makes up 90% of American kart racing when you think about it. Every weekend there's so many different local series going on, and we really only get to see a few of them, but even then it's big progress, and you're able to see a lot of stories that otherwise would not be known. And I think, we have a very exciting sport that we're covering in karting. The product sells itself at the end of the day, and whether it be the national, the regional, or the local level, there's a lot of stories, a lot of fun racing. But I think at the local level, this is kind of the backbone of American karting. This is where the guys that can hop out of a truck Friday after work, come to the track Saturday morning, unload, and run up front in their local 206 or KA categories. That's what makes it a lot of fun to cover. And I think you get to see so many new stories. You get a mix of guys that have never driven before and guys that have driven for 40 years. You get a mix of drivers who are just testing for the next national race that might be at their track in a couple weeks, and a mix of guys that this is the only track they've ever driven and it's all they're going to drive. So there's a lot of stories. I think it's really cool that we've been able to branch out on the coverage. I'm excited to see even more grassroots coverage as we continue onwards in 2024 and beyond. But yeah, this has been really cool to see some of the stories, and it represents such a large portion of karting. And I think in particular, the 206 categories, which we're just seeing the last of them now on 206 Cadet, that has such a large following that we really don't get to follow a ton of it over the course of the year. We get to do a lot of the CK&A events that certainly have big fields, but that still represents just a small fraction of the overall 206 contingent that we see throughout the country. And so, we see a lot of two-stroke guys at the USPKS, Stars Championship Series, and SCUSA Pro Tour as well as Winter Series and whatnot. We see a lot of the national level 206 guys running at CK&A, but this represents a lot of guys that you might not see on a Kart Chaser stream anywhere else, but they're just as impressive. They're just as important, and it's exciting to see those stories come out as the 206 Cadet karts come out for their final event here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, round number 2 of the Pro-Am Karting Championship that will be covered exclusively on Kart Chaser. Again, this one on Mother's Day. A happy Mother's Day to all of the moms and families out there. It is such a nice day here in Cincinnati. It's such a nice day everywhere, wherever you're watching this live throughout the world. We're excited to bring you more Cincinnati Pro-Am Karting Challenge Karting Championship coverage, and we're excited to get this 206 Cadet race underway here, Taylor.
Absolutely. And for those of you who are wondering when the next time we will see racing action at MCC for the Pro-Am Karting Championship, well, you don't have to wait too long, because they'll be back in action later on in the month of July. 6th through the 7th will be their next race for the barbecue and fireworks on the national course, so stay tuned for that. And of course, the next time you'll see Kart Chaser coverage, well, you just gotta wait only a little bit of time, as we'll be back at it at the United States Pro Kart Series heads to Trackhouse Motorplex for their second round of the championship. Then we get a week off for Memorial Day weekend for their action here to go and enjoy your festivities, and then we're back in action on May 31st through June the 2nd as the Stars Championship Series will head to the Newcastle circuit in Indiana as we get lights out and we are racing, and already everyone gets themselves... Nope, not a good start.
Yeah, yellow flag there. You could see the track marshal there just waving his hand in frustration, and understandably so. Will Richard and Ethan Langley went a little bit too quick on that one, so they'll re-rack them, restack them, and get set to go for another start. But yeah, I mean, this Cincinnati course, again, the legacy layout here, so not quite the full national layout that we'll see in a few weeks, but this is, to my knowledge, I believe one of 2 tracks that is going to be hosting 3 national events this season. Last year we saw it with Orlando as well, but this year we have USBKS coming to Cincinnati at the end of the year in August. We have the Summer Nationals for the SCUSA Pro Tour coming up in June, and we have the Stars Championship Series coming up right after the next round of the Pro-Am Championship in July. So really 3 good series, 3 good races coming to Cincinnati. That will be quite the trail. I mean, this track stays busy. We've seen every year, it seems like they bring in new facility upgrades, new layout possibilities, and new drivers coming that absolutely love Cincinnati. I've still yet to have the chance to drive it. I'm hoping to maybe have that chance later this year or at some point in the future. But I have to say, the facility's amazing. The track is amazing. Sean and company have done a great job with this track. And we're about to see a fun 206 cadet race and a fun year of racing in general at this facility.
Absolutely. Officials are giving these drivers, hey, let's slow down a little bit there, kids. Get into your tram lanes. Take it easy as the Bandit is ready to go racing once again. Do we get a clean start? I think so. I think we're racing. Green flag is out, and we're back at it underway here, and William Richards will lead the charge as they come out of turn number 2, out of turn 3. Ethan Langley, Drew Schneider, your top 3.
Yeah, already a good lead there from Richard ahead of Langley. We saw Langley pick up the pace a bit at the end of the race during the pre-final, so we'll see if he can do that here in the final. He's already off to a better start. He's got to stay within drafting range of William Richard. You have to think to have any shot of contending for the win. There you see a move from Hunter McBride on Colton Hops. He fell behind him at the start there, but quickly makes quick work, and now the top 2 separated by about 2 to 3 kart lengths. Then a big gap back to Drew Schneider in the 3rd spot, and a further gap back to Hunter McBride as they come down to complete lap number 1 with the 587 of William Richard in the lead here, but a half a second lead back to Ethan Langley.
Langley will hold on to that 2nd spot for the moment. He has about a 1.5 second lead over Drew Schneider, who won the last time out here for the MCC Pro-Am Karting Challenge in your 206 cadets. So we'll see if he's able to at least go 2 for 2 on the podium side here today as they work their way through, as they come out of the hairpin. But there you see the Bandit working his way through. Mr. William Richards, as he comes through, gets a good run and starts to continue to pull away from Ethan Langley.
Yeah, William Richard already showing the pace that he showed earlier in the pre-final and in qualifying, over 1 second on the field. That is ridiculous, but he is already being extremely quick early on in this race. How about through 1 lap? Again, only 4/10 quicker on lap number 2, so he's definitely got more pace than what Langley seems to have, but not quite as drastic as what we might have seen during the heat race. The other 3, Drew Schneider, about 3 seconds back. He's going to have to find a lot of pace if he wants any shot at the top 2. Hunter McBride and Colton Hoops already off to a good start. How about Colton Hoops? The best lap we've seen from him since qualifying, a 54.7 on that last time through. Hoops, again, in the pre-final, seemed to struggle a little bit to find some pace out of that 206 cadet, but he has certainly been quick so far in this one. So impressive stuff from Colton Hoops. This is exactly what you want to see session over session from him, and he's at least within range now of Hunter McBride, should McBride make any mistakes.
Yeah, McBride's trying to be smooth as well. There you see him at the last kart coming out of there as they come through turn number 1. But Richard still holds on to the race lead. Langley trying to see if he can catch up. Last time by, he ran his personal best, but nowhere near the fastest lap of the race. Richard was still about 0.2 of a second faster than Langley as they come through and towards that hairpin over at turn number 5 and 6. So it's just a matter of just trying to learn a little bit, see what you can do, and then hopefully when you come back here the next time in July, you maybe learned a little bit of something to where you could go out there and improve and maybe have a shot of winning here at the MCC.
Yeah, well, the one thing about July is, unfortunately for these drivers, it is a different layout. So that will certainly play a factor in this in the development. But at the same time, you have to say that this display by William Richard is very impressive. But for Ethan Langley to be within 2.5 tenths of him pretty much every single lap is super impressive, and a big development from earlier in the day where it seemed like Richard could do no long and Langley was just trying to hang on.
Keeping an eye on this action here. 6 minutes plus 2 laps left to go in the race. We'll watch William Richard lead the charge by 1.3 seconds. And so far, no pressure. Learning a lot. And yes, like you said, it is a little bit of a different layout we'll be seeing the next time we come back. But there is still some similarities that these drivers can learn when it comes to certain parts of the track coming back here when they return in July.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be something that is certainly worth monitoring. That time through 1.8 seconds, the gap between Richard and Langley. So they're doing their job in Richard's case to just slowly but surely extend the gap. He's not been quite as quick as he was in either the qualifying or the pre-final session, but consistently gaining about a tenth or so every lap on his own time and then pulling out 3 to 4 tenths consistently on Langley. It's not as flashy of a victory, but it is still super impressive. How about it as well for Hunter McBride that last time through, a 53.6 in the 4th position. He's put together an impressive, consistent run this time to only be about 2.5 seconds back from Drew Snyder. If Snyder makes any sort of mistake, McBride could be back up there battling for that position. So Snyder consistently running a podium pace, but McBride with a chance to close it down as they come down to complete another lap. Here we go again. 52.21, only 5 thousandths off his previous best. A personal best that time through from Ethan Langley at 52.48. So Langley's found pace. He just has not found quite enough pace to keep up with William Richard.
Well, the thing is, even though Langley has been finding pace, Richard has been basically overachieving stride for stride with his pace as well. I mean, he's practically running same lap time after lap time, lap after lap. So he's got the speed to stay ahead of Langley as long as he doesn't make any mistakes whatsoever as they head towards the back half of the course. Through the chicane they will go before they crest up to the top of the hill. Just no pressure right now for William Richards as he just hits his marks, knows where to go as they come down to the bottom of the hill, as the Bandit will continue on his way.
Yeah, he just continues down the straightaway again. 52.4 that time through. Langley at 52.7. Both of them slowed down a little bit. We'll see if the battle for third closes up at all this time through. Schneider continuing his run at 53.8 that time through. For McBride, it's a 54.3. So these guys continuing to kind of just run at their own pace. They're all sort of spread out a little bit, but all of them finding consistency over the course of these last few laps.
Watching on as William Richard leads the charge. Ethan Langley now 2.4 seconds back. 0.3 off the pace last time by from your race leader as we watch on Drew Schneider comfortably in third position by about 3.5 seconds over Hunter McBride and Colton Hoops out there logging laps with 3 minutes to go. We'll see what he's able to do as he comes across the line and see if he can try to find some ways to learn about it and come back next time for another good run for him and see if he can get another strong chance of a podium as we watch on William Richards leading the charge here at MCC.
Yeah, William Richard continuing to absolutely drive at the limit of that 206 machine. He is flying right now at 52.3, another 2.5 tenths. The consistency for him is so impressive because you look through his laps, and from lap 1, or lap 2 basically, all the way to lap 8, he's been within 3 tenths, and most of those laps within 1.5 tenths of each other, which in a 206 kart, where your timing differences are more because of the slower speed, that is so impressive to be able to run consistent, especially at the age of William Richards. So for him, this has been an impressive display, another 52.22. So for reference, he has now run 4 laps within 2/100ths of a second of each other. That is so good. And it's good to see him continuing that consistency. Ethan Langley, to be fair, has also been very impressive in his own right. Most of his laps coming within 2 tenths of each other, just a few tenths of laps slower than what Richard has done. And the same thing goes for Drew Schneider as well. I mean, all of these guys are running consistent paces. They're just kind of on different wavelengths in terms of their outright pace. So good consistency. That is what you like to see in this sort of race. So good for Richard, Langley as well, and Schneider all look to be set to take podiums with Hunter McBride not too far away from Drew Schneider.
Nope, he's starting to close in just a tick right now. Drew Schneider and Hunter McBride, about 3.4 seconds separates your third and fourth position. As it's still about 3.2 seconds between Langley and Richards for the time being as they come over towards turn 2 and 3. No pressure whatsoever. They're just out there trying to log a couple of more laps, and we'll see who comes out on top as we are looking at about 3 laps to go here.
Yeah, only 3 laps of racing to go, which means that we're going to see all of this kick off here at the end of this one as William Richard again continues to have a 3.2 second gap on the field. He's looked so smooth, so consistent. The last time I kind of jinxed him a little bit because he was as far off as he's been since lap number 1. But this has been super impressive indeed for the 587. We'll get to see him as well as Drew Schneider later on in the day racing in the Micro Swift category where they'll be looking to do battle again. In that one, it was it's William Richard in the 6th spot for that race. So I'll have some work to do on the two-truck side of things. But for the 4-stroke, we're seeing William Richard continuing to just dominate. That last time through, Langley was quicker for the first time all race, but too little, too late for the 812 as he's 3 seconds adrift of your race leader. Schneider in that 3rd spot continuing to race. There's a look at Colton Hoops, who's going to get caught here in the next lap or two by William Richard. At some point, he might have made a spin or two. I think lap number 4 as well as lap number 8 were incidents for him, so that's put him way behind the 8 ball, but still a good race for him to build off of, as he did set his best lap of the weekend early on in this race. So he gets lapped here, but at the front of the field, William Richard comes down to get the 2 to go signal.
2 laps to go for your race leader, William Richard, as he will put the driver of Colton Hoops, I believe, a lap down. So he will go 1 lap down and continue on his way. As we see here, Ethan Langley 3 seconds back, Drew Schneider 17 seconds back, and Hunter McBride 21 seconds back. But for William Richard, the Bandit, he is going to try to cruise his way to victory. As long as he keeps it clean, doesn't make any mistakes, looks over his shoulder to take a look at the gap between him and the lap car of Colton Hoops, knows he's got plenty of room to work with as he comes up to the top of the hill to get the white flag one more time around for William Richard.
Yeah, this is going to be a good race here from Richard. A dominant performance as Hoops goes way off the track there. I think he tried to carry a little bit too much speed through that last corner, or took a bit of a suboptimal line, and he falls off the track. But a good lap from Richard, a good lap from Langley as they set course for the final time.
Coming out towards the hairpin for the final time for William Richard. He's going to hit his marks. Beautiful run he's had. Very smooth, consistent, basically running around the same lap times lap after lap. Last time by, he was only 2/10 off his personal best, which he set on lap 5. So just being smooth and consistent, not pushing the envelope to where he makes a mistake as he comes over towards the S's for the final time and climbs up the hill. One more time around for William Richards, the Bandit. Comes out of turn number 12 for the final time as he will win your 206 Cadet victory. He's excited about it. William Richards wins in 206 Cadet.
Ethan Langley comes through for a solid 2nd place. He got closer and closer throughout the day, just not close enough. Colton Hoops finishes 5th on his last lap there. Now coming to the line, the final spot on the podium for Drew Schneider, your round 1 winner. Not quite as good this time through, but still a solid 3rd place effort for him, with Hunter McBride rounding out with the lead lap finishers with a 4th place run. Another solid improvement for McBride there. But William Richard with a dominant display throughout 206 Cadet. He wins and will set off now for his own race in the Micro Swift action, trying to go 2 for 2 later on today.
Absolutely. With that will wrap up our 206 competition. We still have more racing action still to come. Next up onto the docket, your KA 100 Masters, followed by your KA 100 Juniors, IAME Micro and Mini Swift, Pro Shifters, and the IAME KA100 Pro-Am Finals. They're all next, only on Kart Chaser.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
And welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is time for your KA100 Masters. Zach Porter will be on the pole with Chris and Andy Kutcher in second and third. Chris Gorman will be starting in P4 with Corey Albright in fifth position. Damian Jennings will start in P6 with Neil Hamilton seventh position. Paul Meese will be in eighth with Greg Clune in ninth. Joey Nuzell will be starting in P10 with Wesley Meyer in 11th, Mike Doty and Austin Queen, who did not start. I don't see Mike Queen or Austin Queen out on the track at all right now, so we'll see if he was able to join for the finals here momentarily.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. You can see Zach Porter on pole position, though. A strong run in the heat race, although kind of ominous the last couple laps. Saw Chris Kutcher and Andy Kutcher close up once they started pushing together. So that will be a story to watch, as well as Chris Gorman trying to keep up with that top three. Behind them, Corey Albright won the battle of the midfield to get up into the fifth spot. Damian Jennings in sixth, Neil Hamilton seventh. Those guys had a great battle from fifth on back. So there's really two kind of battles we're watching for this one. But the main storyline, can anyone stop Zach Porter? He was able to get the win in the pre-final, won the pole position, and now at the start of the race, he will start up at the front of the field. It's a 12 kart driver field here as you come onto the main straightaway to start this race. One of the most competitive categories of the day. Has been very exciting to watch, and we're about to see just how this one unfolds. 10 minutes, 2 laps. KA Masters, we're green here at Cincinnati. And it's Zach Kutcher straight into the race lead from turn number 1. He'll take the lead early on in this one. And now we'll see what can happen here as they come up through turn 3 and 4. You can see Kutcher ahead of Chris Kutcher. Andy Kutcher slots into that 3rd position there. So Chris and Andy, they're a little bit closer than they were earlier on in the day in the pre-final, and now we'll see if they can work together to try to get by Zach Kutcher early on in this race.
Yeah, we're going to see how this all plays out as the Kutchers will work together in their red speed machines and trying to keep pace with Zach Kutcher as they come up to the top of the hill here. And already a great run out of turn number 12 for the 2 red speed machines. The Kutchers thinking about looking to the inside to see if they can make a pass. Not quite yet. They still got a little bit of time to work with. 9 minutes plus 2 laps up on the board as they come out of turn number 2. Kutcher still maintains the race lead as they work their way over to the hairpin.
Still with the lead. Both Kutchers in tail. Then Gorman's not too far away in 4th. He can work with that. He needs to pick up the pace just a little bit to stay in drafting range. But this is a very important moment in the race here. How patient is Chris and Andy Kutcher going to be with Zach Kutcher? Do they push him? Do they work with him? We saw a mix of both in round 1. Round 2, it didn't even matter because Kutcher was able to get away. So how they decide to go about this will dictate exactly what we see. But now down the main straightaway we go. Zach Kutcher into the race lead, continuing to push. Kutcher and Kutcher, the duo, the brothers, still working together. Although having said that, I think we just saw Andy Kutcher down the inside into turn number 3. We'll get a view of that in just 1 second as they go over the hill now up towards turn number 4. And I believe, yes, indeed, Andy Kutcher, it looks like he's gotten the pass done for that 2nd position. We'll confirm that as they come around through the next corner here through turn number 6 up to the S's. And I believe, yes, there's been a change in the 2nd position. Andy Kutcher feels like he is the one that can lead the charge up against Zach Kutcher. We'll see if he was right or wrong here in the next couple laps.
As they work their way across the start-finish line here. And yes, Andy Kutcher will take over that 2nd spot. Chris Kutcher will be in 3rd. Chris Gorman, 0.4 of a second back from these 3 competitors as he's trying to stay up with the pace here. And then they got to go about 1.8 seconds back to Damian Jennings in the 5th position, who's having a really good fight with Corey Albright and Paul Meese and Neil Hamilton as they try to battle. So pretty much from 5th to 10th is a good fight, and then you have your top 4 battling for the race win.
Yeah, it's a classic case of the front field versus the midfield, and the midfield is a stacked battle, but the front of the field is the one we're focusing on right now. Zach Kutcher continuing to lead the charge ahead of the 2 Kutcher brothers, ahead of Chris Gorman, who went purple the last time. This time, though, Chris Kutcher goes purple, the 46.0. They're all stacking together, with Gorman maybe getting dropped just a little bit, and their pace has been rapid so far in this race, already down to the low 46s. That is a quick time so far in this one.
So far as everyone's just minding their P's and Q's for the moment, not really wanting to set up to make a pass just yet because we still got quite a bit of racing left to go. 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for Zach Kutcher as he tries to hold off the Kutcher brothers and Chris Gorman. No pressure right now. He's just hitting his marks, and the Kutchers, I think, are just going to wait till they see an opening that Zach could make a mistake. Zach looks over his shoulder. The Kutcher brothers lock nose to tail, and they will look to the inside, and Andy Kutcher takes the race lead away from Zach Kutcher.
Yeah, this has been a good move there from Kutcher. Again, seeing the first opportunity. Now, though, Kutcher split the 2 brothers. We'll see how long that lasts. Not long. The answer is 3 corners. Oh, a little bit of contact. Slide job going on there from Chris Kutcher. He goes into 2nd, though. Kind of pods Kutcher just a little bit, and now that brings Chris Gorman right back into the fight. As for the first time all day, somebody other than Zach Kutcher leads the race, and it is Andy Kutcher up to the race lead.
Great pass right there for Andy and for Chris as they will now go 1-2 as they come out of the final corner. And Andy Kutcher has already stretched it out to about a 2 kart length advantage over his brother Chris. They get 3.6 seconds as they come through. Now it's starting to space out. What can Andy do to mind the gap for the time being as he tries to pull away from the competition?
Yeah, this has been a good way to pull away here. But already you can see Chris Kutcher is back on towards his bumper within a car length or so. So you can see now that they are working well together, but at the same time, Quarter as well bringing it back as well as Chris Gorman. So the top 4 coming back together a little bit there over through the S's, through 7 and 8 into turn 9. You can see just how hooked up those 2 red speeds are at the front. And I guarantee you that Zach Quarter is going to have to find a way to split them up if he wants any shot at winning this. And now down the inside, how about that one? Chris Kutcher decides, you know what, I am rapid right now. I'm going to go for the lead. And he's got it into turn number 1 ahead of Andy and ahead of Quarter and Gorman as well. So those top 4 staying right there together. The battling's going to continue to keep them in that situation. As now, especially for Chris Gorman, he needs them to keep battling to really stay in this draft from what it looks like.
Yeah, he's trying to stay in that draft as best that he can for Chris Gorman as he is trying to not lose touch. He gets a good run out of the hairpin. He could set himself up for a third-place pass here around Zach Quarter, but so far can't find the opening he needs in order to get the spot away as the Kutchers continue to pull away. They're now 0.2 of a second ahead of Zach Quarter as they come across the start-finish line. Under 4 minutes left to go for your race leaders, plus 2 laps.
Yeah, plus 2 laps, the key distance there. So you still have roughly half the race left to go. So there's no need to be too aggressive in fighting for this lead position. But at the same time, you want to have the right position down the stretch. If you're someone, in the case of Chris Gorman, you want to be in the middle of this pack, not at the back of that pack, to be able to really have the best opportunity to win the race. So right now, it looks like Chris Kutcher in the lead, content to stay there, obviously. Andy doesn't seem to be pressing the issue quite as much as he was earlier in the race. And for Zach Quarter, this is the first time all day where he really hasn't looked to have the pace to really be all the way up there. He's clearly quick enough to stay in the draft, but it doesn't look like he's got really raceable pace in the sense that it seems like he's struggling to stay within a 10th or 2 of that race leader. It's everything he can to stay in the draft. So the more that it looks like he's struggling, the more that it's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do here, though. He finds a little bit of extra pace, gives a little bit of a boot there to Andy Kutcher. That was a bumper and a half, and that allows him back into second. Right as I start talking about how does it have raceability, I don't think he needs one if he has a front bumper to use.
He certainly still does, as there you see Zach Quarter give a little tap of the helmet to Andy Kutcher as he wants to try and hunt down Chris Kutcher for the race lead. Quarter comes out of the corner and tries to see if he can get the momentum he needs on his side to hunt down your race leader. Closing in on 2 minutes, 15 seconds, plus 2 laps. Andy Kutcher going to stay right up with the pace of them as they come through the field.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a really solid 4-cart pack. Behind them, a lot going on in the midfield. Damian Jennings continuing to lead that over Corey Albright, Neil Hamilton, Paul Meeson, Joey Newsel, all of them within the same train from 5th to 9th. So a separate 5-cart train in that one. But the front of the field continuing to be an exciting battle. We've seen Chris Kutcher at the front. We've seen Andy Kutcher at the front. We've seen Zach Quarter at the front. Gorman's just kind of been there and forth, biding his time. He hasn't shown to be extremely quick, but he's quick enough. And now as they come out of the final corner here, another lap in the books. Chris Quarter is going to have pressure here Chris Kutcher is going to have pressure from Zach Quarter. Quarter goes purple. He's right on the rear bumper of Kutcher. Nothing happening through turn 2. As they head down to the last 4 laps or so, this is going to be a tight battle for the race winner in KA Masters.
Keeping an eye here on your KA Masters, crazy old men as we like to call them. They like to put on a good show here as they work their way over towards the hairpin. Great fight for the race lead in the closing laps here at MCC. They work their way out of the hairpin, and we see Chris Kutcher continue to pull away just a tick. Every so often he gets a little bit of a run, but then he gets pulled back in thanks to the help of the draft and momentum as Zach Quarter gets a good run out of the final corner and will go right up to the back end of Chris Kutcher. 40 seconds plus 2 laps left to go, so we're looking at about 3 laps for your race leader.
Yeah, and it's a new race leader now. Zach Quarter to the inside. He gets by Chris Kutcher. So what a move there from Quarter to take the lead back from Kutcher, and now they're side by side. Oh, crash in the back there. Andy Kutcher and Chris Gorman make contact. I think Gorman was trying for a gap that wasn't quite there. They make contact, and out of the race or out of contention goes Andy Kutcher and Chris Gorman. So what was a 4-cart battle was bound to explode at some point. And for Andy Kutcher, his chance of a race victory, as well as Chris Gorman's chance, goes up in flames. So Andy Kutcher, round 1 winner out of contention here. And now it will be a 2-kart battle. As we see that battle on screen, there to the inside goes Andy Kutcher back to the race lead. And it's 2 laps to go. 2 laps of this lead battle that's going to take place between Andy Kutcher and Zach Corder.
It is now a 2-horse race as Corder will make the pass on the inside as they make the run. Andy Kutcher will try to find his way back around as they head over to the second hairpin. Not close enough to make anything work just yet, but it is a 2-horse race. They have plenty of breathing room ahead of Damian Jennings, who's 4.5 seconds behind them as they work their way up to the top of the hill. Coming to get the white flag, Zach Corder, Andy Kutcher will now battle for the race lead one more time around. Will Andy try something heading into turn number 1? He looks to the inside. Zach tries to throw the defensive line, can't make it work. Andy Kutcher takes over the race lead.
Yeah, Kutcher's going to go defensive into 2, though. This is going to open up for a crossover chance, not quite to 3, and now as they come down to turn number 4, Kutcher obviously going to low line it as much as possible. Corder going to take a little bit of an upper approach, tries the crossover, but against any sort of experienced driver, that will be tough to do through turn 4. Now to 6. Defensive driving here from Kutcher. He stops the bus there, keeps it going, and he keeps the lead over Zach Corder as they come through 7 and 8. Through the S's for the final time. Corder's going to send one into the king. That is an aggressive move in KA, and it's going to pay off just about. They're going to cross back over, and there it goes. Andy Kutcher side by side out of the final corner. Kutcher knows he has it. He's got the win. That was sensational from your top 2. Kutcher from Corder, from Damian Jennings, Corey Albrecht, and Neil Hamilton rounding out the top 5. And so the top 10 continue to scroll through. We see Paul Meest finish 6th. Joey Newsel finish 7th. Greg Clune and Wesley Mayer fighting for 8th. Meyer got it on the line. Clune to 9th. And Mike Doty right there rounds out your top 10 at the screen. And Chris Kutcher and Chris Gorman with a DNF. But how about it for Andy Kutcher? He had done everything throughout the entire race, kind of building up. He was the most assertive of the top 4, made the moves when he had to. And then an aggressive attempt by Zach Corder does not quite pay off. They went side by side out of the last few corners. A crossover from Kutcher ultimately pays off and is successful. So what a race there, Taylor. That one was quite the battle with Andy Kutcher coming up on top once again here in the KA Masters category.
Absolutely a great fight here for your Masters category, as it is now time to go from one of the older classes to one of the future stars that we'll see. The junior category is up next for your KA 100 class, as we'll see the action here. We'll give you a quick rundown of your starting lineup for the KA Masters. They got a little bit of cleanup to do. Indy Anderson, Homer Heeman, Adler Klein, Isaac Garner, Josiah Phillips, Caleb Tracy, and Marcus Batchoon will be your 7 karts that will take to the field here momentarily. We're going to take a quick commercial break to say thank you to some of our amazing partners. You're watching all the action live on Kart Chaser.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Challenge as we get set here to go racing for your Miami KA 100 Junior category. Indy Anderson already locked in, ready to go racing on the pole with Homer Heeman right in second place. As we get set to go racing Emery Lida, we've seen a lot of great racing action so far today, but we're getting closer and closer to the conclusion of race day festivities here at MCC.
Yeah, and this was one of the most exciting races in the pre-final side of things. We had Indy Anderson coming flying through the field to get himself up to the race win, but really I think the final will be about seeing if Homer Heeman as well as Adler can make it a battle up at the front of the field again. I mean, these guys put on a show in the pre-final between Adler Klein and Homer Heeman for the second and third spot, but for the race win, it was all Indy Anderson. So if they can find a little bit of extra pace in this one, they might have a shot at the race win. 7 karts in total in this one. There you can see them fired up, ready to go. And again, this is 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Around this layout, you're looking at probably about 15 to 16 laps the distance in this one. So Indy Anderson a lot easier than last time. Again, last time he chose to start in that last position, kind of giving himself a challenge on the racecraft side of things. So this time starting from the front, we'll see what he can do from there.
Yeah, as we get set, ready to go racing once again, they give the all-clear signal. It's time to turn them loose and get ready to go back racing out onto the track for your KA 100 Junior final here today. Of course, next on the docket for your competitors after the juniors will be the multi-class race of the Micro Swifts and Mini Swift category, Pro Shifter, and then the finale, or the KA seniors will have their finals at around 4:55. So just about an hour's time is when we will release them out onto the track. So get ready for some more action here as they enter over in towards the chicane, and hopefully we'll get a clean start. We only had one not good start for our drivers, so let's keep the momentum going and have a good clean start for our competitors here in the junior category as they enter up towards the top of the hill. Indy Anderson as well as Homer Heeman will work their way through. The two Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics. It's a TKG Kart Republic 1, 2, and 4 as Adler Klein in the Tony Kart will be right there in the third position. Then we have a Race Factory Cosmic out there on the track as they work their way through. And we'll get ourselves situated here. Everything looks clean and green. And green flag, we're racing for your KA 100 juniors.
Yeah, already a good start from the inside line. I think they're going to go all the way back 1, 2, and 3. Heeman's going to go to the inside. They're trying to make a move back on Josiah Phillips aboard the Magic Kart. But, yeah, the inside with a big jump there into the race lead already. Indy Anderson with a solid lead already, about 2 to 3 kart lengths over Adler Klein. And behind them, it looks like some battling going on with maybe Homer Heeman trying to find his way back to third. So coming around turn number 6 there, you see a look. Adler Klein ahead of Heeman. So, yes, Heeman has gotten around Josiah Phillips. I think Phillips might have gotten shuffled to the wayside a little bit through there. But now you can see at the front of the field, at the front there, a big gap already for Anderson. The second place battle is well and truly underway, though, as second place goes Adler Klein. Third place is Heeman. Fourth is Josiah Phillips, and now Isaac Gardner in fifth as well. We'll see some battling maybe coming into turn number 2. Not quite going to happen as Heeman and Klein. We saw a great battle between them in the heat race. We'll see if it happens again here in the main event.
Keeping an eye on the action there as Homer will get the second spot away from Adler Klein right now for the moment. We have a good fight as Josiah Phillips and Isaac Gardner are trying to stay right there as we look to the inside. Phillips thought about trying to get around a possible problem for Isaac Gardner. Saw him lift his arm up there. Don't know if he had a problem, so we'll keep an eye and see if he continues on racing as we pick up Homer Heeman, who will lead the charge in the 843 machine as they work their way across the line here, and he will move up to P2.
Yeah, Heeman, a good run on that particular lap, but he's still going to have to find a lot of pace to be able to match what his teammate is doing. Heeman is absolutely flying, Anderson is absolutely flying. Heeman's going to have to find a lot to match that, but Adler Klein now on his rear bumper. We'll see if they can work together a little bit. I mean, it's early on in the race. You still have 8 minutes plus 2 laps, basically a full pre-final distance to do something about that lead. So we'll see what happens here, but Anderson already off to a really good start, sailing away off into the distance.
Sailing off into the distance, he is indeed. Indy Anderson continues to work his way through and stretch out that lead over 1.5 seconds as they come across the line right about now. He sets the fastest lap is now 1.8 seconds, 46.346 for your race leader, Indy Anderson, as Heeman and Klein will battle for second. Phillips trying to stay up with the pace of your second and third place drivers, but so far he's fallen off just a tick. About 0.7 of a second separates him from second and third.
Yeah, remember, this is Indy Anderson's third year in junior, so he's got a lot of experience. He's run this track a ton. He's shown some good pace here at national events and regional events in the past. So for him to be in the lead, I think this is kind of his most comfortable position, and he's got a decent experience advantage over some of these other guys like a Homer Heeman, who we saw in cadet within the last year or so. So this is still kind of a learning experience at the club level. You can gain a lot of exposure, a lot of experience here. In the case of Indy Anderson, this is him getting a lot of confidence for the rest of his year, as Anderson comes down through turn number 4 now with about a 1.9 second lead. The pace of Heeman and Klein is not bad. They're running 46.2s as well as Phillips and Gardner, so they're a lot quicker than they were in the pre-final. You just gotta have to see if they can find a way to somehow claw that gap back against Anderson, because Andy Anderson has been so consistent throughout the day.
Consistency is king when it comes to motor racing. If you are consistent lap after lap, you are looking at coming home with wins, podiums, and good finishes race after race. And that's what Indy Anderson is doing lap after lap, running consistent lap times as they come across the line, almost a 2-second lead over Homer Heeman, who is trying to hold off the hard charger of Adler Klein. So far, it is working out here for them as they enter the braking zone of that first hairpin. So far, Josiah Phillips right there trying to see if he can catch up, but so far losing a valuable time to your second and third place driver.
Yeah, it's often said that the biggest difference between the front and the middle of the field is consistency. I don't know if that's entirely true, but at the same time, you can see it playing out in this race. The last time through, Josiah Phillips at 46.6, 3.5 tenths off of his best time, and that caused him to lose a lot of time to Heeman and Adler Klein. So down the main straightaway again, one more lap in the books. That group again running about the same time as Indy Anderson, but this time through, Isaac Gardner goes purple from 5th, a 46.0. that was really impressive. Now he's going to have to try to find a way to get by Josiah Phillips, who again was stuck at a 46.6. So Gardner put the hammer down that time through. He's got to find a lot more pace and some raceability to get himself up to 4th.
Field working their way through out of that second hairpin, and right now Adler Klein just trying to find his way around to get that position for second. And then you got Isaac Gardner, who has caught up to Josiah Phillips for that 4th position. So we're going to have a 2-horse race for 2 different positions here momentarily as they work their way around the circuit and already come across the line. 4.5 plus 2 minutes to go.
And Adler Klein not really making any sort of attempt at a move on Homer Heeman. I think he's content to run in 3rd and just push Heeman ahead. He knows the pace that they have is pretty strong. They're not losing much to Indy Anderson. So having said that, Heeman just blew the corner a little bit there and lost a bit of time. But in general, they have been running about the same pace, and if he can keep that up, there's no reason they can't at least try to get close to Indy Anderson. So I think a good decision here by Adler Klein to not make a pass. You have really zero upside to doing it, other than just to see yourself in 2nd position and feel 1 position better.
Absolutely, as we watch their way through around the circuit here and continues on battling for position. There you see Josiah Phillips right there in the Magic Kart with Isaac Gardner. As Klein thought about looking to the inside in turn number 2, didn't quite make the pass just yet in his Tony Kart.
And you can see there, Heeman, again, 0.2 of a second, even with that bit of a bobble in the back hairpin in turn number 4. So they are really closing in a little bit at a time. I don't think it's going to be enough to get to Indy Anderson, but it's checked them out from Josiah Phillips. So I think it's just lost the 4th position, possibly coming into that hairpin. No, sorry, they were side by side for that 4th spot, but Heeman and Klein were able to hang on, or excuse me, Phillips was able to hang on against Gardner. There's Heeman and Klein on your screen right now in that 2nd and 3rd battle. Heeman a little bit of space this time through. We'll see a better lap there from Indy Anderson. He pulls another 0.2 back, and now we're right back to that original 2-second gap. As again, Phillips and Gardner, as a product of them battling, did lose a lot of time on that particular lap. So down into turn number 4 again this time. What are we going to see? No passing for 2nd and 3rd. For 4th and 5th, though, it is certainly back and active again. So this battle for 2nd seems to be stagnant a little bit. Let's take a look back at the battle for 4th, where I think we're going to see some kind of action happening in just a second as Gardner continues to try his best to make a move on Josiah Phillips, but it's just simply not happening. Whereas I think Klein, in his case, is simply trying to just work with Homer Heeman to keep that 2nd and 3rd spot and continue pulling away a little bit from the group ahead of them, and maybe, just maybe, catch up to Indy Anderson. Another 1/10 of a second that time through with a 46.074.
And that 46.704 is really, or 074 is a really good lap time for them, but they are trying to close up, but they got to be careful here and make sure they continue running those laps. They only have just under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. They're going to need a lot more help if they're going to hunt down Indy Anderson as they come through the chicane here. Klein thought about it, but it's going to stay tucked up behind the driver of Heeman in order to stay and try to see if they can have anything for Indy Anderson.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Klein keeps trying to make a move. Whoa, I think we saw Anderson get a little bit in the dirt there down the straight. That's going to hurt him down all the way through turn number 1 and 2 there with his run. As they come into turn 1 there, you can see Isaac Gardner made the move on Josiah Phillips at some point over the course of that lap. So a lot going on there, but Homer Heeman, again, that last time through, led Adler Klein to the fastest lap. They're running a very quick pace working together. Again, a little bit too far back from Indy Anderson, whose first few laps were blistering, but it's impressive to see nonetheless. And for Isaac Gardner, at one point, he had the same lap time, same best lap time as Heeman and Klein to go purple. 3 drivers at the exact same time. That's some shades of 1997 F1 racing right there. But he's certainly done well to get himself into 4th. A little bit too far back for the podium battle now. But these two are still marginally quicker that time through. 1.8 seconds now between Anderson and Heeman. It is coming down. It's just not quite going to come quick enough.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to see how this will play out for them. 26 seconds to go as they work their way over in towards the back half of the course, approaching over towards turn 6 and 7. Can anyone have anything for Indy Anderson? I think it's safe to say Indy has set himself up on cruise control for the moment as they come up to the top of the hill. So far, so good, and so far, Indy Anderson just has to hit his marks as he will get the 2-to-go signal, this time by Heeman, really just trying to find any way and maybe hold off Adler Klein to make it a Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic 1-2 finish here at MCC.
Yeah, now's the point where if you're Adler Klein, you might want to get rid of Heeman and just make the move yourself. I mean, he's worked them diligently. He's made the right call every single lap. And now I think it's time that you kind of start abandoning that push towards Indy Anderson and just try to secure second place for yourself. So a mature drive from both of these guys. They've both worked together. They've made some inroads. It just hasn't been quite enough, and there's no shame in that. Indy Anderson, again, a seasoned veteran in the junior categories. So for him, this has been a great showing. He's just consistently done what he's had to do. For these two, they found pace, just maybe not quite enough pace, and down the straightaway to go on to the last lap. We'll see what they do. How about a 45.8? Heeman just absolutely put down the hammer there, and now he's going to have 1.3 seconds to make up. So these two continue to work so well together, but they're just going to come up a little bit short as Indy Anderson's on his final lap.
Indy Anderson just trying to bring it home with a final push to the race victory here in your KA 100 junior category. He comes out of the final hairpin here and through the S's for the final time for him. Great run through the corners as he comes up to the top of the hill for the final time. Indy Anderson, the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic team, sweep home the victory here today. He decided to do the last for first challenge. He's number one. Give him a round of applause. For Indy Anderson, your race winner, Homer Heeman will come home in second, making it a TKG 1-2. And then it'll be Adler Klein in the Tony Kart, Isaac Gardner, and Josiah Phillips. So Gardner will make it a 1-2-4 for the TKG team.
Yeah, great effort there from Trinity Karting Group again. Heeman with some great pace down the stretch. Anderson with solid pace as well, obviously, to win the race with very good consistency. I mean, looking through Indy Anderson's laps, you can see 46.4 at the start, 46.3, 46.1, 46.2, 46.3, 3.3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 1. That is impressive. That's almost 15 laps within 0.2 of a second of one another, while having no reference whatsoever and no draft whatsoever. So kudos to Indy Anderson. That is super impressive. Homer Heeman has nothing to be ashamed of, leading himself to a second spot. Klein into third, Gardner with fourth, and Josiah Phillips rounds out your top five. And again, I mean, these guys really evenly matched, first through fourth, all running times within a couple tenths of each other. In fact, of the four, Indy Anderson had the slowest, fastest lap, but the consistency and the quick start won him the race. So that wraps up KA Junior, but we still got 3 races left on deck. First up, though, it's Mini and Micro Swift.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship as we get set to go racing for our next category, which is your Micro and Mini Swift race. On the pole for your Mini Swift category will be Eli Furnish, Robert Lash in second, Ben Gleverman and Alex Kutcher will be your top 4 drivers there. Drake Williamson, Wyatt Huntsberger, Jackson Frank, William Richard, and Drew Schneider, your top 5 in the micro category. So the young guns are about to go out onto the track to have a good bit of fun here in the MCC Pro-Am Karting Series at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati as we bring to a close. Only a couple more races left to go. So 3 races as we want to say thanks to all the moms who are out there. See a couple out there on the grid. As we appreciate all the love for those ones who come out here to race on Mother's Day and have a good show put on for us here on Kart Chaser. And for those of you tuning in, happy Mother's Day to you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A happy Mother's Day to everyone out there. And we're getting set to go for the mini and the micro Swift action. So this one was a pretty interesting heat race. You had contact early on in the race. Yet in the pre-final between Ben Gloverman and Alex Kutcher, that made it difficult to really see their true pace over the course of the races. They did not finish the race. For Eli Furnish, though, a last place qualifying effort, a first place heat race effort. That will be a lot of encouragement for him and for Robert Lash as well, being right there in the mix for the race win. On the micro side of things, Drake Williamson led flag to flag, but it was not without challenge. Jackson Frank, Wyatt Huntsberger, and William Richard and Drew Schneider all had good pace, but Huntsberger and Frank both were in contention for the win throughout. So it'll be fun to watch this one. I think we're about to see a really fun race in both classes. Again, the split category is a unique view that lets us see kind of both battles happening at one time.
Excited to see how this all plays out here with our competitors. Of course, it's going to be a split start, so we'll have the mini category go out first, and then a couple of seconds later, we'll see the micros take to the track to start off with the action here today. So stay tuned. We'll be releasing 1-minute warning before we release the carts onto the track.
Yeah, 1-minute warning. Here we go. Last little adjustments, last little encouragements from the tuners. Again, you can see it's kind of funny always to see on the grid the range of emotions you see. You see genuine, serious advice. You see positive encouragement. You see just contentness, and sometimes you even just see relaxation. As there you see on William Richards' cart, the 587 machine. I think might be a family member, a friend, someone is sitting on that rear tire. So it's kind of funny to see just how many different stories you can find on the grid. But certainly for the micros and the minis, this is going to be a fun race. As there go the minis off the grid, they roll off, and about 15 seconds later, you'll see the micros roll out for their start of the race. So again, a split class, even though Gloverman and Kutcher were classified in 8th and 9th overall, they'll start 3rd and 4th by virtue of the split start. So this one should be a fun one to watch. I think we're going to see a very good battle in both classes.
Working their way over to head towards the start box here. We're going to see how this all plays out for our competitors as they'll line up 2 by 2. 4 for your mini Swifts, 5 for your micro Swifts. So really good opportunity for a lot of great racing action here as they come into the start lane over by the back half of the course. And we're getting ready to see who comes out on top with the race win in these 2 categories.
Yeah, it should be exciting to watch. We'll try to get as much of both battles as possible in this one, as I think if it's anything like the heat race, you're going to see 2 good battles at the front in both categories. So let's first focus on the mini Swift side of things. Eli Furnish and Robert Lash, the 2 that finished the race. Gloverman and Kutcher didn't finish. They're both all starting at the same spot here. Let's go racing here in the mini Swift category. And already you can see Eli Furnish able to establish the lead. Gloverman's up to second, and already Robert Lash falling back down to third. So that one setting itself up brilliantly here at the start of Mini and at the start of the Micro Swifts. Drake Williamson already up to the lead, just like he was all the way through the race in the pre-final. And his teammate for Magic Kart, Wyatt Huntsberger, able to work his way up into the second spot.
As we watch the field work their way through, great racing action for Robert Lash as he will hold on to the race lead for the time being as they continue on. But Drake Williamson trying to do what he did in the previous race in the pre-finals, and that is continue as one car goes off the track a little bit. That, I cannot catch the number. Is that the 87
It's Drew
machine?
Schneider.
That was Drew Schneider.
Schneider in the 11.
Tough break for Drew Schneider.
For Schneider. Yeah, Schneider there off the track, spun around in turn number 11, or turn number 6 for the number 11. He gets back going, but he'll be way back in the field already after that one. So at the front of both of them, we're seeing a battle at the front in the Mini Swift category, if we can focus on that, between Ben Gloverman and Eli Furnish up there. There you can see that battle. We focus in on the battle in turn number 6, and you can see Gloverman has taken the lead from Furnish, and now Robert Lash has got into second there. So these four have been right there together all day long. We'll see now with a little bit of a separation between the top two and the next two if maybe Gloverman and Lash want to work together to try to pull away. But at the front of the field there, we saw a change for the lead between Gloverman and Furnish, and now we're going to see a change in the lead again with Lash to the inside of Gloverman, but it's not quite enough for him. He has to slot back in a second, and that's brought the top two and the third and fourth right back together.
Yeah, so Gloverman will take over the race lead here. 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they come over towards the chicane here and work their way around the circuit so far as Lash and Furnish try to see what they can do. As Kutcher thought about going to the inside or the outside of Furnish, could not make it stick, and he will stay tucked up behind as Gloverman leads the charge here in your Mini Swift category. Meanwhile, in the Micro Swift, it is still going to be Williamson, who has a little bit of a lead over Huntsberger.
Yeah, already this has turned into an exciting battle in the Mini Swift. The Micro Swift still looks exciting, but there's early on in the race a little bit more patience there. Now, you can see Furnish try to move to the inside of Lash there. Not going to happen, and they all four stay in line for the time being. But this has been an exciting battle with no downside of getting caught from behind. I think every single one of the guys in this category has no reason not to put it all on the line to try their best to go up a position.
As we pick up the Micro category there, you see on your screen, Wyatt Huntsberger is your new race leader here as Williamson is working their way through. Ben Gloverman still holds this charge right now in your Mini Swift category as he works his way up to the top of the hill. A little bit of a bump right there as they come out of the final corner from Robert Lash in the TKG Kart Republic. He thoughts about going to the inside. Will he have enough space and time to make the pass? He will send it in and moves up to P1. Eli Furnish will try to follow suit. Maybe a 2-for-1 special. No, but for the driver of Ben Gloverman, falling all the way back to P4.
Yeah, Gloverman then falls all the way to fourth. This is just what can happen when you have four karts right there under a blanket with each other. And you can see them all kind of right there together now coming into six. We'll see if any moves happen between the four of them. Not quite. They're all still stacked up behind the race leader. Robert Lash for the first time all main event. He's up to the race lead now ahead of Furnish, ahead of Kutcher, who's finally got a spot now. We'll see if he can work from there as they come down the main straightaway once again. They're catching Drew Schneider at a rate of knots. Here we go. Battle for the lead. It's going to be close, and I think just barely into the corner. Furnish was able to get the move done. We'll see if we can focus back in on that battle for second, as it was definitely kicking off into turn number 2 and down into turn 4 now. You can see at the front of the field is Eli Furnish, and Lash was able to hang on for second. Gloverman, though, got ahead of Kutcher for third again. So that battle for second that we weren't quite able to catch there, you could see it didn't have any effects on that, but it did lead to Gloverman getting back for the third spot.
As we watch this battle for the race lead here, we see Robert Lash dropping back a spot. There you pick up Ben Gloverman trying to hold on to the position ahead as they work their way up to the top of the hill. But for the driver of Robert Lash, he is trying everything as Gloverman moves up to P3. Here comes Robert Lash to the inside of Eli Furnish. Can't quite make it work. Furnish will lead them as they head off into turn number 2, getting around the lap car of Drew Schneider here to put him one lap down as they try to get around the circuit. Meanwhile, Wyatt Huntsberger is your new race leader in your Micro Swift category.
Yeah, Huntsberger stayed up front in that one, but Williamson is right on his tail as we're going to see it move possibly into turn 6. Nope, not quite going to happen for the mini category. We'll see if we can see a little bit of the micro category in the distance real quickly, as I think Williamson has caught all the way up. William Richard not too far back as well. So these guys are all still fighting at the front of mini. That has been big as contact. And you can see the frustration there as Eli Furnish got pushed way out of line there from Robert Lash. Lash using the bumper. They're 3 wide down the straightaway. And Ben Gloverman back to the point. Kutcher to second. Now make that second for Eli Furnish, who gets back up to the front, is now going to be driving on emotions here as they cross over. And this is all music to the ears of Ben Gloverman.
Absolutely for Ben Gloverman, who's starting to pull away further and further from Robert Lash, along with Kutcher and the driver of Eli Furnish. Furnish on the bottom in that white and pink machine. There you see the blue machine of Alex Kutcher. And then you have Robert Lash. Oh, trouble! One cart around. That's Alex Kutcher.
Kutcher there got side potted on the exit of the corner there from Furnish, and those two making contact completely set Kutcher around. Maybe that's not what he should have held around the outside. And whoa, another mistake there. Furnish hits the curb. They're side by side, and Ben Gloverman is in the clear now as they're going to race for second. And Kutcher, whose race was looking so good at one point, just got caught out on the exit of that turn 6 hairpin, whether it be him holding it around the outside or whether it be a little bit over-optimistic from Furnish. Either way, it's ended the race of Kutcher, and it's made it almost impossible to come back from. As you can see, the micros continue to file through, and unfortunate for the guy with the fastest lap of the race, Alex Kutcher, is going to see his chances at a race win go out the window. And on the same token, really, Robert Lash and Eli Furnish are going to have a mountain to climb if they want to get back into this one.
Absolutely. So a tough break for Alex Kushner as he will be out of the race. We saw him walking away from his cart, looking over at Robert Lash and Eli Furnish as they were coming out of that hairpin, as we pick up second place in your mini Swift category. And it is Robert Lash who will take over the second spot for the time being. Wyatt Huntsberger, you're not missing anything there. He's half a second ahead of Drake Williamson as they come out of that first hairpin over towards the second one, as Lash has stretched his lead ahead of Eli Furnish for the time being. 2 minutes plus 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, already you can see Robert Lash, he's getting closer. He certainly has pulled a big gap on Furnish on this lap. It looks like whatever has happened to Furnish, I don't know if the tires are off or maybe he suffered some damage from the contact on consecutive laps, or if he's just over driving it a little bit. But regardless, he has lost his rhythm. He's lost his speed. And on the flip side, Robert Lash has found an extra gear. How about 3.5 tenths to Ben Gloverman? At this pace, he will catch Gloverman before the end of the race.
Looking to do so here as they work their way through. 1.2 seconds separates your top two, as Gloverman trying to just log some laps and get away from the competition here as they come out of that first hairpin, approaching the second one. Big run for Robert Lash as he tries to get ahead and close the gap between him and Ben Gloverman.
Yeah, Lash continues to get closer. He continues to pull more and more of a gap back to Eli Furnish. And again, interesting to see Furnish kind of fall apart a little bit like this as we see now out of the final corner. I think this time through Gloverman stabilized the gap to Lash. We'll see as they cross the line exactly what it is, a 49.0 to a 48.9. So only 1/10 of a second that time. And Furnish has got himself back into rhythm. No damage apparent on that cart for the 141 machine. He's just kind of got to get himself back in the fight. And who knows, if Lash can catch Gloverman, it might give a chance for Furnish to get back in the battle. There's about 3 laps, maybe 4 laps left to go in this one. So if they can have any shot at this, Robert Lash is going to send it as hard as he can to try to get back up to the race lead.
He's going to try to do anything that he can. He's got 30 seconds plus 2 laps left to go in the race as they work their way through up to the top of the hill here. Green flag still racing as we watch on for Robert Lash. Let's see what the gap is when they come across the line now, heading across the front straightaway. And as they cross the start-finish line, it's just now right at a second between your top two. So he's got some time, 3 laps left to go, but I don't know if he has enough to maybe make a run for the race lead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to overcome if you're Ben Gloverman. If you're Robert Lash catching Ben Gloverman. He's been quicker or equal on pace every lap. It's just so hard to overcome that gap that was created by the back and forth between Lash, Furnish, and Kutcher. So between the three of them, that fight took them almost 2 seconds back. It's down to a second now. The Lash quickly going to have to find a little bit more pace over the course of the next 2.5 laps to have any shot at Gloverman. As they come out of the final couple corners there, you can see Gloverman. Lash looks a little bit closer this time, but not quite close enough. Down the main straight. One more time we go. 9.73, a 6.2. How about 3 more tenths? At this pace, he will catch Ben Gloverman right at the gun. If he can find just that last little bit of pace, this will be all that he can do here. If you're Robert Lash, is just keep your head down, keep digging, and maybe you'll have a shot at the end. You can visually see that gap has shrunk quite a bit now from Lash to Gloverman. He'll have one more shot at it here as the battle for micro intensifies. Huntsbarger and Williamson within 2.5 tenths of a second. We'll catch them at some point in these next couple of laps, but the main focus is on the mini side of things, where Lash has caught Gloverman just about. He's almost in drafting window, and we might have a one-lap shootout to decide the winner of the mini. Gloverman's made a mistake. He's off the track. Ben Gloverman into the barriers at the final corner. It was a self-spin, and Gloverman at the gun and onto the last lap has spun it around. And oh no, he just overdrove it, got in the marbles, dipped a tire in the grass, and spun that kart around. And all of a sudden, Lash, who was on the prowl for the whole second half of the race, gets basically a freebie as Gloverman makes a crucial mistake that's going to allow Robert Lash to walk away with the victory, assuming he doesn't make a similar style mistake in the last half of the lap.
We'll find out here as he comes out of the second hairpin right now for Robert Lash, as he will continue to lead the charge, as he was possibly gifted a win here at MCC. Up to the top of the hill for the final time, no mistakes, and the TKG Kart Republic will come home with a checkered flag. Robert Lash, your winner in the Micro Swift category. Eli Furnish will come home in second. Ben Gloverman, big disappointment for him as he was looking to come home with the win, but unfortunately will come home P3 after a mistake. Wyatt Huntsbarger, he's coming up here momentarily in the 4th position, but leading in the Micro Swift category as they come out of the final corner. Smooth sailing for him as he will win the race coming to the start-finish line. But watch out for Williamson and Richards. They may have a fight. No, it will be Huntsbarger and Williamson. And then a little further on, we'll wait and see. William Richard will come home P3 in class.
Yeah, and there you can see Jackson Frank, I think, ducked off to the pits right before the checkered. I think he realized he was going to finish last in class either way, or at least last on his lap, so it didn't matter what he did. So Jackson Frank pulls in. We see at the end of the race, disappointment for Ben Gloverman, but a big win for Robert Lash, who showed a lot of pace chasing down Gloverman. Was a mistake forced by the pressure from Lash? Was it just simply Gloverman getting a little bit too deep? We won't know, but still an impressive drive from all of your mini and micro drivers nonetheless. So that wraps up what was a thrilling end to the mini and micro Swift action. We'll be back in a minute here to watch the final 2 categories. How about it? Pro shifters on deck. We'll watch them coming up next.
We're at a commercial break.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart and Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship live from Batavia, Ohio. It is time to get ready for some gearbox racing as the Pro Shifters are about to head out onto the racetrack. An exciting field of cars out on the track. Let's give you your starting lineup. On the pole, it is the man himself, Larry Pegram, on that pole in the 672. Alongside him, Safet Haddock III will be in second with Mitchell Lowry in third. Taking poles will be in fourth with Riley Pegram in fifth position. Doug Duff will be in sixth with Paul Rydzeski and Matthew Rydzeski in seventh and eighth in row number 4. Jeff Carroll, Fred Robertson, and Gary Mokel will be your 11 kart field ready to go racing here. Excited to have you with us here as we come to the end of the day of racing action here in Batavia, but don't worry. We'll be back here for more racing action in a few weeks' time. The next time you'll see the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, well, it will be July 6th through the 7th as they get ready for round number 3 later on for some fireworks and barbecue action here as they get set for that. Next race will be also, after that, will be August 18th as they will run the National Short Course, then the National Course on September the 8th, and then the finale for this event will be Saturday and Sunday, October 19th and the 20th for Kartoween, Saturday night qualifying, and also the racetrack later on that Sunday. So great racing action here as we bring you all the coverage live on Kart Chaser Grassroots Edition.
Yeah, and how about that the Kartoween event at the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship? Again, one of the coolest things, I think, they have the Australian Pursuit style race at the end of the year, which I think is really one of the coolest formats that you can find in all of racing. I've had one chance to do it. We've seen it at the Nürburgring Invitational. We've seen it a little bit elsewhere throughout the States, but for Sean Bailiff to have this kind of event and this kind of club series, it is very cool to see indeed, and that wraps up a cool season. But we're going to have to wrap up the day with two of the most exciting classes on the docket. First up, let's talk about Pro Shifter, because it has been a dominant display from Larry Pegram today. Really, from the start of the day onwards, he's had 4 to 5 tenths on the field in hand at any given time. He'll start on pole position. And again, he's looked the part of a dominant contender. Safet Haddock III leads a pack of karts that really have been very closely matched from second to about fifth. Between him, Mitchell Lowry, and the two girls taking poles, and Riley Pegram, I think all 4 of them have a good shot at a podium here. It's all going to come down to the racecraft and the consistency in this one. And then you get further back through the field. Doug Duff, Paul Radowski, Matthew Radowski, Jeff Carroll, Fred Robertson, and Gary Munkle all going to try their best to match each other and find a little bit of extra pace. So this will be interesting to watch here as Larry Pegram gets set to go for the shifter category. Again, 1 full warm-up lap, and then they'll get set to go for their grid slots on the second time through. So Larry Pegram, again, dominant display. He finished third in round 1. Now round number 2, with Michael Riccio and Charlie Steins not here, he's taken over as the dominant force so far this weekend.
Absolutely, as he will make his way over towards the hairpin into the start box, he will go and get himself ready to do battle for 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Normally the average, I have to say, for the lap counter so far with these 10-minute races plus 2 laps has been around 13 to 17 laps, give or take. This one we'll probably see pushing close to 20 laps by the time they get settled.
Yeah, based off of what I would say the math of it would go, if they run at a 42-second pace, which is what Larry Pegram averages, plus 2 laps, you're looking at roughly 15 laps plus 2, which will get you at 17 total laps. So we'll see how close I am on that one. They ran 13 in the pre-final. But Larry Pegram has been rapid either way. If he goes as quick as he seems to go, we might get an extra lap or so off of that. So Larry Pegram, fast all weekend. Sophic at the third, trying to find a little bit extra pace on that Kart Republic with Trinity Karting Group. The rest of the field filing down the lanes all the way back down to Jeff Carroll and Gary Muckle on the last row of the grid, filing into their lanes. They get to go ahead to start the race. We're looking for the green here. We're looking for the lights, and we got action. Let's go. Already a side-by-side start, and just barely Larry Pegram gets the whole shot. Sophic to the third, almost had it into turn number 1. And at the end of the day, Pegram able to spring off into the distance here as he gets set to go now. And the top 4 have a massive gap through the rest of the field back to Riley Pegram in the 5th spot, as it looks to be Pegram ahead of Hockett the third, ahead of Tegan Poles, has gotten up to 3rd. No, never mind. Mitchell Lowry stays in that position and pulls into the 4th spot on the Magic Kart, with Riley Pegram finally filing out there about a second or so back from that battle in 3rd.
Everyone trying to jockey for position here as they try to find their way around the circuit, but here comes Safahadik the third. He gets a great run out of the final corner and wants to try and challenge Larry Pegram for the race lead across the line. It's half a second between your top 2. Mitchell Lowry is about 1.4 seconds behind that. Tegan Poles is another 0.3 behind, and you still see how close the action can be at MCC as they come out of the first hairpin. Larry Pegram just knows his way around the circuit. He is one of the kings of this track because he just absolutely is dominant when it comes to racing here at the MCC.
Yeah, Larry Pegram, a lot of laps around here, of course, working with Trinity Karting Group, working with Magic Kart, a couple other teams over the course of the years, but he's been so quick on a kart, of course. The transformation from two wheels to 4 wheels. The former AMA Superbikes racer for Honda, Yamaha, and a host of other teams has been locked in on the karting track. We've seen at other tracks he's kind of continuously gotten better and better. At MCC, this has been his home. This has been the track that he's been comfortable with no matter what sort of discipline. We've seen him on Ks, we've seen him in X30s, we've seen him now in shifters. And either way, he's quick and he's pulling away now. 0.4 of a second a lap there from Sophic Tactic the third as we get set to go through 2 laps now. Early stages of this one, Taylor.
8 minutes plus 2 laps left to go as it's now about 0.8 of a second, probably closing in on over a second between your top 2. The battle for P3, though, between Mitchell Lowry and Tegan Poles, that's one to watch, and throw in Riley Pegram, who's trying to get over a position and move into the top 4. And Riley Pegram will look to the inside of Tegan Poles. Can't quite make it work just yet. She'll stay tucked up behind in the 5th position.
Yeah, Poles against Pegram. A good battle here. We saw Pegram had a good pace in the first heat, or in the pre-final. Just a bit of a mistake led to her falling down the order a little bit. But still, for Riley Pegram, this has been a good, encouraging show of pace on this one of her second year in the shifter category. So good to see Riley Pegram finding out a little bit better. I think she's gotten ahead of Tegan Poles. We'll see as they come across the line. But for Larry Pegram, this one is critical. And yes, I believe as we come down to complete another lap, or no, it's Mitchell Lowry, that I think has had a problem. He must have made a mistake. I saw one of the Magic Karts lagging way behind the group, but I was wrong. It was actually Lowry that must have had an issue further back. So unfortunate for Mitchell Lowry, but a good run for both Tegan Poles and Riley Pegram, whose battle for 4th is now a battle for the final podium spot.
Keeping an eye on that final battle for the podium spot as they work their way around the circuit. There you see Larry Pegram just being smooth, consistent, hitting his marks, hitting his shift points correctly, and he is set to cruise to a good finish here as he will work his way across the start-finish line. 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Suffolk the third has gone with them pretty well here. They're running a pretty similar pace, 42.3, 42.3, but Pegram has had that outright pace all weekend, and he seems to have the consistency now to just be able to run lap after lap. I will say, watching Pegram drive the shifter, his style of driving does put a little bit more wear on the tires, so that could be something to watch a little bit through the final with how much he tends to slide the go-kart. But the raw speed is there, and it's there in bunches, and he's still got the measure of the field by the looks of things as we now focus on a bit on the action further back. And there is Larry Pegram rounding the final corner down the main straightaway. We'll see what the gap is this time through a 42.1 to a 42.4, another 0.3 of a second for Pegram as he continues to extend that gap at the front.
Field works their way through so far as we watch Safahatic trying to see if he can close the gap a little bit. And we see Larry Pegram closing in on some lap traffic. He's already put Matthew Rydowski a lap down. Gary Mockel and Jeff Carroll about to also be put a lap down here momentarily. As there you see Safahatic the third trying to close in, but so far not running at the optimal lap times that he's able to and hunt down your race leader, Larry Pegram.
Yeah, that little bit of traffic will cost him a couple tenths there. I think he got out and got away pretty much unscathed. A 42.3, yeah, so about 2 tenths off. Still quicker than Hoddick the third. Still quicker than anyone else out on the racetrack. As Tegan pulls a little bit more clear of Riley Pegram. And now you can see the second lap cart will be the one that Pegram's going to get stuck behind a little bit more now through this hairpin. That one will cost Pegram a couple tenths for sure. But you can see Hoddick in the background sliding the cart a good ways. He is pushing that thing for all it's worth, just not quite quick enough now to get up to Pegram. He's losing a little bit, and he's also going to lose a lot of time here in the lap traffic as they come through the S's, because that is probably the worst place to catch a lap cart. As you can see, there's Larry. You can still see Hoddick not even close in the background, so he must have gotten pinned behind the lap cart a good ways, and they're finally clear. Yes, a 43.0. So Hoddick caught him at the worst place of the 7 and 8 S's, and that will cost him a lot of time to Larry Pegram up at the front of the field.
Yeah, Larry Pegram continues to lead the charge here as they work their way through 4 minutes plus 2 laps as they work their way around the circuit. There you see Larry Pegram. And then a little further back, how about Tegan Poles, Riley Pegram, and Mitchell Lowry battling very hard for that final step of the podium. I'd say Riley Pegram's going to try something here pretty soon.
I'd actually say the other way around. I think Tegan Poles is starting to pull away a little bit. I mean, the last time through a 10.5, the time before that, another 10.5. So she's had pace, but having said that, Riley Pegram finds a little bit on that lap with the lap traffic coming into play, and that will make this battle for third heat up a little bit more once again, as Pegram about 3 tenths quicker, as they both had a lot of lap traffic, but Mitchell Lowry was the real winner in that one, gaining about 6 tenths of a second. So as they come down into turn number 4, I think we got a pass for third if we can get to it. We'll see now, side by side, out of the corner. No, Pegram not able to do it. It looked like she faded the inside there, but it did not quite happen for Riley Pegram. So there you saw a little bit of side by side action. Pegram sent it not quite enough, and Poles hangs on to that third spot.
So close to try to get the run going, but cannot make the pass complete as we watch Larry Pegram lead the charge here once again. Good run as there you see one cart out of the race. That is, I believe, Matthew Rydetsky in the number 11. Will have a tough break here so far tonight as we watch the battle up ahead and see what Larry Pegram can do in the closing stages. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, we'll see if there's anything that can happen for Riley Pegram to get onto the podium, to join her dad up on the podium. It's not Father's Day, but it's Mother's Day. But at the same time, I'm sure that Larry Pegram would love to have 2 Pegrams on the podium instead of just himself as they come down the main straightaway. Once again, Larry going to catch some more lap traffic here. He's been putting in 41.9s there, a 42.2, still really quick. Haddock the third, a 42.3, and we wait to see the battle for third now between Tegan Poles and Riley Pegram. Still only a 10.5 separating them. Pegram's found a bit of a second wind here with about 2 minutes left that keeps her in the running for that final podium spot.
Keeping an eye on the action as they work their way through and seeing who comes out on top. 1.5 minutes, and Safahatic trying to close the gap a little bit right there, if I think that is him. I don't know for sure. I caught the tail end of that cart that was coming by. Larry Pegram, though, just continuing, putting on a dominant performance, 3.4 seconds ahead as they work their way through. No, that is actually the driver of Paul Rydetsky or Gary Mockrell right there as they come into turn number 2.
Yeah, I believe that was Paul Radowski there that got lapped on that lap and then proceeded to go right down the straightaway with Paul, with Southwick out at the third. It seems like lap traffic is going to play a crucial role in this third place battle as well, as Pegram's within a tenth of a second. But the big story is Mitchell Lowry, with the lap traffic and with some real pace on his end, has gone within 0.7 of a second now of Riley and Tegan. So this is going to be a battle for third that could well be 3 karts in the mix. As now more lap traffic for Larry Pegram to go through. This has turned into a very spread out race in the shifter category. 4 laps to go this time through. You can see Hoddick the third in the background going through for second. And now we're going to see Poles and Pegram who can get that battle going for the third spot. Looks like Pegram got caught in traffic a bit on that last time through, or that last time through. So she's going to have a little bit more work to do if she wants to catch up to Tegan Poles.
Tegan Poles trying everything that she can to work and maintain ahead of this event as they work their way through the S's. We watch Larry Pegram trying to hit his mark as they work their way up towards the top of the hill. Larry Pegram hits the bobble a little bit, but no pressure. He'll come around the final corner here and lead the charge. 10 seconds plus 2 laps to go here for your race leader.
Yeah, Pegram just barely going to beat the timer. Again, I said it would end up being 17 laps. It looks like it's going to be exactly 17 laps. So, you know, I think we're right on the money here. Larry Pegram's pace kept that one going. Because, Riley Pegram's had an issue, and she's dropped by Mitchell Lowry, and they're all close together. And I think that might have been one kart off. Who is that? It's one of the karts in that battle, I'm pretty sure. The 221. Is that Mitchell Lowry that's out of the race here? Mitchell Lowry, I just talked about him getting by Riley Pegram. I heard a screeching sound in the distance, and Lowry, who had driven from 3 seconds back up to the podium battle, is out of the race, and we'll wait to see the ramifications of that on the podium battle for third and fourth.
Absolutely, as they come around 2 laps to go for your race leader, as they come out through turn 2 and 3, as they work their way through, as they come out, Larry Pegram had a great shot of an opportunity to win here. He got the pole. He won his pre-final and looking to win the finals here today to make it a triple threat weekend. As he comes out of the final hairpin here, he's going to get a good run through as it works their way towards the back half of the course.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but really the main story on the coming onto the final lap is Tegan Poles and Riley Pegram. They are going to be battling for the final podium spot. A little bit of intrigue out of the way now with Mitchell Lowry out of the race, but the battle for third is ramping up. We can see that last time through. What did Tegan Poles do? She is coming across right about now, a 42.8, a 43.1. That is probably enough to give herself a little bit of cushion for that final podium spot. But here's a look back at the front of the field. Larry Pegram has done everything right in this race. Smooth, calm, collected through the traffic. 2 wheels. He was very good on 2 wheels, running the AMA Superbikes Championship, consistently a podium and win contender in that one. But on 4 tires, he has been equally as good at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. The veteran, he's won in 2-stroke. He's won on a shifter now with a victory at the MCC Club Series. How about that for Larry Pegram? Absolute domination today. 5.9 seconds, the margin of victory ahead of Suffolk at the third. Tegan Poles in third. And how about it for Riley Pegram? A 42.3 on the last lap to come within 1/10 of a second of that final podium spot. 1/10 away from joining her dad on the podium. But she comes up just short as they go through the rest of the field cycling through. Fred Robertson's going to pick up a 5th place finish. Doug Duff, 6th. Paul Radowski, 7th. Jeff Carroll, 8th. Mitchell Lowry, 9th. And then the rest of the field, Gary Mockel coming across the finish 2 laps down ahead of Mitchell Lowry, who had the unfortunate incident. And we lost Matthew Radowski early on in the race, who finished in 11th. So for Larry Pegram, again, a legend on the motorbike side of things. He's quickly turning into a force to be reckoned with on 4 wheels when it comes to driving at the MCC. Certainly one of the best Masters drivers out there. And when it comes to driving the shifter, no one can beat him on the club scene as he walks away with a dominant victory here, Taylor.
I see something on the lights board that we see. The 207, I believe, is under investigation for something, if that is correctly what that poll is showing right there. So we'll have to get a report. So there could be a change for possibly the podium positions before this is all said and done.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's for the contact with Mitchell Lowry. Again, we did not get a good angle of that one, unfortunately. We did hear the screeching in the distance. We saw Mitchell Lowry looking upset, but it was all three of the 272 of Pegram, poles in the 207, and then the 221 of Lowry that were all right there together within 8/100ths of a second on that lap. So whatever happened in the turn one, it wasn't good. Mitchell already got the worst of it, and now we'll wait to see after the race what sort of penalties may be awaiting for either Poles or Pegram. But regardless, Larry Pegram, clean as can be, he walks away with the win. Sopsik Hocked the third with some good pace to finish in second, and taking Poles and Riley Pegram with a good battle that provisionally puts them in third and fourth, respectively.
Absolutely. With that, we'll take our final commercial break. But when we come back, we will have our main event for the KA Pro-Am fourth position, and we'll see who comes out on top. That's next, only on Kart Chaser.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is time for the final race of the day. It is your KA Pro-Am Senior category heading out onto the track. It'll be Scott Oliver on the pole with Ryan Crouch in second. Nikolai Dukov will start in third with Will Steele in fourth. Chase Adams starting P5 with Carter Thompson 6. Benjamin Lyda in P7. Blade Fountain will start in 8th. Rush Gary will start P9. Ryan Miller will round out your top 10. Hunter Cole and Colin Evans will be in row 6 with Billy Clune and Gavin Degenhart in P14. And Margaret Hollis will round out your 15 Kart field. As we get set, Emery, it's a great way to cap off the day with the KA Senior category heading out onto the track as we bring to a conclusion the racing action here at MCC.
Yeah, I've always said KA racing's the pinnacle of motorsports, and I think this will be no different here. I mean, we have a really good race for second that we saw earlier on in the day between really the entire field other than Scott Oliver, who has looked dominant so far throughout the season. He's looked very good in round 1. He was very good in qualifying, very good in the pre-final. Came under investigation for a jump start, but ultimately was able to survive that and still win the race. And so, again, reminder that the winner of this KA senior category over the course of the season will get a test day in the TKG Mazda seat, which is a really, really cool prize. And I'm excited to see how that plays out. So Scott Oliver off to the best possible start for that one. So he'll start on pole for this final. Ryan Crouch, though, drove through the field really well in that heat race, as did Nikolai Dukov. Both of them a little bit subpar in qualifying, but they looked really good over the course of the heat race. And now they get good track position to fight Scott Oliver directly. Further back, Will Steele got himself to the second briefly, but struggled over the course of the rest of the race. Chase Adams got in a lot of scuffles early in the race, maybe a bit low on tire pressure. He looks to fire off from 5th with maybe a little bit better race pace early on in the going. Then you go back to Carter Thompson, who was another storyline. Again, a poor qualifying effort, a great run through the field in the second half of the race to finish in 6th. Still not quite where he would have wanted it to be, but he can work with that, certainly from the outside of row number 3. Beyond them, Ben Lyda, another guy that has had a lot of pace, won the 206 senior category earlier in the day. He'll start on the inside of row number 4, another guy that has been in the hunt throughout the season. Some bad luck in the heat races has put him further back than I think he should be from a pace standpoint. Blade Fountain was fast in warm-up, did not quite put it together in qualifying, but he's looked quick in the heat race. He'll roll off in the 8th position. Rush Gary and Ryan Miller in row number 5. Miller had a lot of pace in round number 1 on the national circuit, not quite as much on the legacy circuit. We'll see what he can do. And then you got your pole sitter from earlier in the day in Hunter Cole, starting all the way back in 11th after a very tumultuous heat race that saw him make contact with multiple guys, and after a poor start, just generally faded down through the field. So there's so many storylines from this one, Taylor, and I think we're set up for a thrilling 12 or 10-minute plus 2-lap race.
Absolutely. I mean, if you think about it, we're about to experience to see some of these future karting stars about to go out onto the track and have a chance to also join some other great opportunities ahead of them, especially with that special opportunity for a test in a Mazda. And it's going to be a great stepping stone from karts to cars for these drivers. And we'll see who comes out on top of that as they wait and get the 1-minute signal here momentarily and go racing for 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is a great experience, a great opportunity for all of these guys. It's not the only thing they're racing for. I mean, there's a lot of pride involved. We've seen in the past this series has thrown up some good results, whether it be the likes of Nikita Poneris or Jonah Hanrahan, who've developed through the Trinity Karting Group and gotten better over the years, whether it be Emerson Reed, who for a while was like the one Merlin in a sea of green and white at the front of the KA field. And now in more recent years, whether it be the likes of Nikolai Dukov, you see on track who developed a lot. This has been a great category for this club series. I think we're going to see a lot of good battling through the rest of the year. Again, Scott Oliver off to the perfect start in his Magic Kart, but it is early in the going. It should be a fun battle here. So again, 10 minutes, 2 laps the distance. The legacy layout, again, a 0.75 mile layout, 1 kilometer almost exactly to the 1,000th or to the 100th on that one. I believe it's 1,000 meters in total. So this track does breed a lot of passing opportunities, very open, very flowing, but also with some slow speed corners. So it's a fun track layout. 15 karts in total for this one. It's been a competitive field. The top 10 within 2 to 3 tenths of each other. We're getting set in the tram lines for KA Senior, Oliver and Crouch on the front row. Dukov and Steele in row 2. The rest of your field getting through the tram lines. We're green for the final race of the day here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, and already into the race lead is Scott Oliver and Ryan Crouch settling into second as Dukov up to third and the rest of the field files through turn number 3 and down into turn number 4 here, with Oliver going defensive right away, as it looks like we might not have gone green. I see the yellow light there, and yes, indeed, we are gonna have to wait another lap for the start. It looked like for a brief moment it was green, clean and green, but the yellow lights did come on, and we missed that one, so we'll have to go around, reset it, reset everything, reset the commentary, reset the vibes, and get back going again here for the final NK Senior.
I was just about to let you go, Emery. You seem like you were locked in, ready to go racing already here as we get set to try again. Take 2 for your KA 100 Senior Finals here today at MCC. Let's try this again. As they come out of the final corner, officials trying to tell these guys, hey, slow it down. You guys know the rules. You've been doing it all weekend long. You've been doing this for as long as you've been racing. Enter into the tram lines. Watch your speed. Let's see what happens. Enter into the start zone, into the start box. Green flag is out. We are clean and green and racing as already up to the front of the field. The magic card of Scott Oliver leads the charge heading into turn number 2.
Yeah, let's try this again. So Scott Oliver leads ahead of Ryan Crouch. Into third position is Nikolay Dukov. And now in fourth, it looks to be maybe that's Chase Adams, who's got a good start here, trying to go around the outside of Dukov. And then you got Will Steele back in fifth. A lot of chaos back in the field. The likes of Carter Thompson getting shuffled back, but at the front of the field, Steele to the inside for fourth. You're seeing Crouch try to make a move for the lead. It's a 5-kart breakaway at the front of the field, led by Scott Oliver as they come through the S's for the first time, up towards turn number 9, through the kink and towards the final couple corners. Crouch going to try a move there, and at the start of lap number 2, you're going to see Scott Oliver lead the way here with Crouch and Dukov right there in tow.
So right now it is going to be Oliver who sets the pace, a 47.9 as they come across the start-finish line here. Great run here for him. Ryan Crouch, though, tries to look to the inside, and I think it's safe to say Crouch did get the race lead as they're beating and banging, heading into the first hairpin right there. A couple of cars go a little bit wide, gather it back up, but it's going to be that OTK machine of Crouch who will lead the charge, and then Dukov in second place.
Yeah, Dukov up to second place now as he is gonna have the best track position that he's had all race long. And on the flip side, for Scott Oliver, this is the first time in either race, really all season, where he's been outside the top 3. He's gonna have to work from fourth now, as you see in the background there. How about Hunter Cole going wide in the Sodi cart? That will cost some time as he drops a wheel out of the final corner. But the front of the field now, Ryan Crouch worked his way methodically through the field in the pre-final, and now in the final with good track position immediately goes to the front, and now we'll see what he can do in that position with Dukov right there in tow.
Field works their way out of the hairpin. Crouch holds strong. Dukov trying to find an opening. Will Steele in the catbird seat in third position with Scott Oliver in fourth as they come out of the hairpin. 4-car breakaway from the rest of the pack. How about that battle for fifth between Fountain and Chase Adams? And it looks like Fountain will get the spot away from Chase Adams as they climb up to the top of the hill here. Crouch holding strong. Dukov gets a great run out of the final corner to make the charge across the front straightaway here. Will anybody pull out and try to see if they can go to the inside? No, we're going to stay the single file as they head into 1.
Yeah, and already single file 4-kart breakaway as they've dropped Chase Adams, who again seems to be struggling for pace early in the races. Here, I'm not sure if that's a tire pressure thing or just a comfortability thing on cold tires, but he's dropped further and further back from this lead group. And then you've got a big gaggle of karts behind him. Blade Fountain, Ben Lyda, Ryan Miller, Carter Thompson, Hunter Cole, all in the mix there. And at the front of the field, we've got a new leader, Nikolay Dukov, to the lead in turn 6. He'll take over the spot from Crouch. Will Steele right there in tow with Scott Oliver right behind. So these guys are already on the charge here. You can see at the front of the field that Dukov leads. It's a big train of go-karts back now with them battling. And how about it? I said Chase Adams took a bit to get into function. He is now absolutely flying at the front of the field at 45.7 to catch back up to this front 4. But Dukov up to the lead for the first time all day and all weekend in his Trinity karting group, Kart Republic.
As they work their way through, and now Dukov is going to try to continue on with the charge as Crouch tries to find the opening he needs. Scott Oliver in the catbird seat in third position. Will Steele, Chase Adams following fourth and fifth as everyone else tries to just find their way and find their rhythm and pace. 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for Dukov as they come up to the top of the hill. Ryan Crouch trying to keep pace here as they come across the front straightaway. Crouch in that OTK looks to see. He sends it to the inside. Side by side. Battle for the race lead. New race leader Ryan Crouch leads the charge as Dukov tries to answer back. He will. Crosses over and takes back the lead.
Now Scott Oliver up to third. Now he's going to try for second on Crouch here into the back hairpin, into turn number 4. You see the battling going on further back. I think that was Chase Adams going for a move for fourth. We'll see if he was able to get it done. Yes, indeed, he was. So Chase Adams makes a move to fourth, briefly splits up the group, and now we have a 6-cart train at the front of the field, led by Nikolai Dukov all the way back to Blade Fountain, back in the 6th position. So all of these guys running right there together. We've seen Nikolai Dukov leading the charge now. He was able to get the crossover on that last time through. Now down the back or down the main straightaway once again we go. 3 carts at the front of the field. Dukov, Crouch, Oliver, all in line right now. No one makes a move into the turn number 3 except for Will Steele trying to move for fourth, but it did not work for him and he lost some momentum and now will be under fire from Blade Fountain.
Blade Fountain doing everything that he can to keep up with this chance for an opportunity of a top 5 finish as they come through the hairpin here. And as they come out, Dukov and Crouch will try to see what they can do. Oliver, Adams trying to work together to chase down your top 2 as they come up to the top of the hill. Dukov can't seem to quite find his way to maintain and hold on to the race lead because here comes Crouch with a big head of steam. Will he try to send it to the inside like he has been doing? Nope, gonna stay tucked up behind. 4.5 minutes to go plus 2 laps.
Yeah, I have to think at this point the top 3 seeing themselves with the extra pace, they're going to be a little bit more patient, but still, at some point, I have a feeling Crouch is going to go for the lead. Not now, though. He's going to stay in line into turn number 4. All of your top 6 staying in line as they continue to pull a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. As Dukov continuing into turn number 6 now, still staying in front of them. Kind of locks up the brakes there, though. Center corner, a little bit of a slide. It actually works out for him because it discombobulates second and third a little bit. But Dukov kind of all over the place here on this lap. So we'll see how patient Ryan Crouch is because the rest of this group is all filing in all the way down to Blade Fountain in 6th. They are all right there stacked together. In fact, almost back into the 7th spot. You can see Hunter Cole, your pole sitter, has finally worked his way up to the 7th spot. As further back, Rush Gary goes purple and Dukov away. They are not really making any progress in terms of pushing away from the field, but it's keeping that between Dukov and Oliver from 2nd to 3rd. So that stack up out of turn 4 has led to a little bit of a break in the group, and now you can really see that that top 2 is going to have the chance to work together to try to pull out a gap at the front, should they so choose to.
That's the question, if they choose to. With 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, I think it's safe to say we're closing in on every man for himself out on the track, and we're going to see who's going to be able to maintain the race lead here as they approach up to the top of the hill and work their way up through. And Dukov thinks about trying to get a good run. Crouch, though, takes a look over the shoulder. He'll tuck down to try to get a little bit of a better slipstream run as they work their way through. Scott Oliver, as Dukov sets fastest lap of the race, a 45.324. He is flying around that circuit in that TKG.
Yeah, and so at this point, knowing the pace that you have now, there's no reason to go for a pass. Knowing that you have now almost a second gap between the 2 groups and knowing that you're quicker than anyone else on the racetrack, I think Dukov is probably going to be wise, although I don't know anything. Nikolai Dukov to the race lead out of turn number 6. He gets it done in that corner. He loves that pass. He's done it twice now for the lead. This time Dukov sees the pace that he has and thinks, all right, I can go even quicker in the front of the field, but this battle might just allow Scott Oliver back into the fray. You can see Scott Oliver now only about 6 car lengths back, so that move is a bit of a risky move by Dukov, trusting that he has enough speed leading the race to pull away as the front back now gets a little bit closer together. How about that for Scott Oliver? A 45.2, the fastest lap we've seen so far, as he's now only half a second back. So the top 2 fighting for position in turn number 6 brought that second group back a little bit closer, and now we might be having a 4-car train for the battle for the win coming up here shortly.
We are seeing racing action at its finest here in your KA senior category as they approach the S's and chicane up to the top of the hill. Dukov trying to hold strong over Crouch, but Scott Oliver and Chase Adams have kicked on the afterburners out of the final corner. 14 seconds and counting. It's going to be a 3-lap dash to the finish here as they head off into turn number 1. Dukov holds strong for the moment as he was a little bit faster last time by than both Crouch, Oliver, and Adams as they head over to turn 3.
Yeah, Dukov there trusting his own pace. Can't say it was the wrong judgment. So far, it looks like he's got a lot of pace in that kart as the two Magics behind them continue to work together, although I think Scott Oliver made a bit of a mistake there coming through turn number 4. And I think, yes, indeed, it's cost him a little bit of time, maybe about a tenth or so between the top 2 and 3rd and 4th. Dukov using all of the track on the exit of turn number 6 as they're coming down here through the final couple of corners. Nikolai Dukov has done brilliantly here to get himself up to the lead after a rough qualifying effort. A good heat race. Now down the main straightaway, we're going to get it down to the last lap here. Nikolai Dukov side by side and Ryan Crouch to the race lead. We'll see if there's any over-under possibility through here, through turn number 2 and 3. Not quite sure what happened. Yes, Crouch to the lead as they'll file up towards turn number 4. Side by side for the lead. Dukov going to try to send it around the outside, and Crouch going to hang on here. It's going to go side by side again. Dukov going for it down into 6. Nikolai Dukov to the race lead. They're still side by side, banging tires, and on exit, Crouch going to get the worst of it. How about Scott Oliver, a 3rd to 1st special, and now it's a magic 1-2 as Oliver as well as Chase Adams up to 1st and 2nd, and out of nowhere, the top 2 have switched hands, and Scott Oliver, after leading 1 lap, is going to win the final in a magic 1-2 in KA Senior, Taylor.
Absolutely. Chase Adams comes home P2. Ryan Crouch P3. Will Steele will skate by with a 4th place finish. And Nikolai Dukov will come home and round out your top 5. Blade Fountain will finish 6th. Ryan Miller, Carter Thompson, Hunter Cole, Rush Gary, Benjamin Lyda, Billy Clune, Colin Evans, Gavin Degenhart, and Margaret Hollis will round out your 15-car field. And that will conclude today's racing action here for the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And for those of you who are there at the track, you will get to witness some great action at 5:30, where they will have the podium celebration. So if you are on the podium, make sure to make your way over there. But here is your final look at the results for your KA 100 seniors. Congratulations to Scott Oliver as he goes 2 for 2 here at MCC, and we will be back with more great racing action here at the MCC once again in a couple of weeks' time, July 6th through the 7th. So in about 2 months, we'll be back here for the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. But we still have more great race action to come. Later on in June, we'll be back here for SCUSA, as well as the United States Pro Kart Series later on in the month of June as well. So we'll have a lot of great racing here still to come at MCC. Emery, final thoughts for you as we come to a close today.
Yeah, some good racing all the way throughout the day. We saw a lot of good battles capped off by what was a sensational KA Senior battle. Scott Oliver, the patience to run down the top 2, ends up taking the win really at the last possible moment. A brilliant move over-under through turn number 6 to get himself into the race lead. And in general, a lot of good battles, a lot of good performances and dominant performances on this legacy layout. It's a different vibe from the national layout, but both can put on a good result. And I'm excited to see how the rest of the championship goes and really how this track continues to race. Like you mentioned, we'll be here first for the SCUSA Summer Nationals in June, I believe June 14th to 17th is that weekend. Then after that, we'll go to the Stars Championship Series in the middle of July. And finally, the USPKS round number 4 will be here from August 8th to 11th. So 3 national races, a host of Pro-Am Karting Championship races coming up starting in July, like you mentioned, and a lot of good racing still to come from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. But again, a great day of racing. There's still more racing going on Kart Chaser right now. If you want to catch the tail end of the Rotax Trophy West Series in Grand Junction, Colorado, that one is going on live on our YouTube, on the YouTube Premium subscription as well. So tune in over there to see round number 8, the final round of that championship. But from MCC, this has been another sensational race, Taylor.
Absolutely. With that, it is time that we say a conclusion. Great work for our camera people out there. Great work from the Sean Bailiff out there who runs this amazing facility. And, of course, our producer, Kyle Cufferson, as well. And for my amazing co-partner, Emery Lyda, I'm Taylor Burris. Thank you for tuning in to Kart Chaser Grassroots of the MCC Pro-Am Karting. And we'll see you next time on Kart Chaser.